Hello, hello, everybody. Wanted to go live for a little bit and just hang out with you guys and see how everybody is doing. Going ahead and sharing out my stream. Do, 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 do. So, here lately, I've been doing okay. I had a good time with my sister yesterday. She came to visit, spend time, and celebrate Father's Day with us, even though it's not the um the exact day. We tend to celebrate holidays around when all our schedules are good enough to celebrate. So that's something that we done yesterday. Um, my sister found a app that you can take pictures of different plants, different um, like the trees and the different plants and whatnot. And based on the picture, it'll tell you if something is a pest is eating the plant, and it'll tell you exactly what you need to know about the plant, which was kind of cool. We found out there was a couple of plants that are not from around here that is growing in our backyard. I thought that was pretty cool. And I figured out something. Hey Jen, sis, how are you? Um, I ended up dying on one of my games, uh, on Phasmophobia. One thing I want to stress is make sure that you know that your microphone is what it's supposed to be. Because otherwise it's gonna end up like causing you some havoc. You're gonna have reactions that you were not expecting, and you can die from them. And I did record that on um OBS, so we kind of have a thing that I'm gonna be uploading at some point. But other than that, I wanted to check with you guys to see how you guys are doing. Haven't heard from a lot of people, just been kind of, just kind of laid back and trying to do my own thing. It's getting kind of a little bit harder to do because of my internet situation. But it's, no, I would say I'm doing okay here. Chris, hello. It has been a while. And it's very good to see you. Anybody that would like to come up on the panel, you're more than welcome to. Just shoot me a private message. Just finished up heading home. Oh, that's good, Jen. That is very good. And but yeah, I've just been kind of doing my own thing. A lot of uh mainly games. Ain't really much else to do. Uh I do want to say I'm back on Mother's Day, me and my mother had gotten some flowers to plant, and we planted them on Mother's Day. Mine were more like memorial flowers to remember the miscarriages I had. And about a month later, I both my flowers and um, my mom's flowers, they're doing really, really well. Oh, cool, Jen. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that real quick. And yeah, I'm on my phone, guys. The reason why you cannot see me, it's more like me doing a podcast, is is because my internet cannot hold my video feed from even from Zoom. So I have to kind of um do what I gotta do basically. And I know everybody's been busy. It's summertime. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing. I hate autocorrect, yeah. So how you doing, Chris? Oh, just got home from work. That is really, really cool. I hope you can sit back, relax, and enjoy. Just chilling out. I haven't heard update with the doing investigations. I haven't heard anything else about that. Uh, from either one of the people that have contacted me, wanted me to do investigations. I hadn't heard from them. Um, I hadn't heard back from them. So I'm thinking sometime this summer, that's what I'm going to be doing. Sometime this summer. Uh, and I think more or less these people, they get freaked out and they don't realize, um, they think it's going to do more harm than good, which I can understand. If it's something's going on and you want to kind of know what's going on, but then it's almost like you're thinking you're going to open up Pandora's box if you do it. I think that's how they're feeling because they think it might do more harm than do any good. But they just don't want to come back and let me know. So those that want to do investigations or have me investigate, just contact me. I'm the ones that know where I'm at, what area I'm in. And really the only experience that I have is just from just hanging around here. I've done some cemeteries, but not a whole lot. If it becomes the way I am when it comes to investigating, and if it becomes overwhelming or there is something that is presenting a red flag to me, I will stop what I'm doing immediately because, yeah. Hey, boys, how are you guys doing? I love y'all and I miss y'all. By the way, Cody done a great stream yesterday. I got a chance to sneak in for a few minutes and hang out on Cody's live stream, which was kind of cool. Definitely wanted to interact more, but I couldn't because I did have a visitor over here, so had to keep kind of quiet. But yes, if you guys have not checked out Cody's channel, me or somebody will put a link out there of Cody and check him out, and also check out Tony. I believe their names are like Cody's Vlogs and Tony's Vlogs. So definitely check them out and check out some of their past streams and videos. They're actually really, really cool, and I always enjoy going over there and visiting. Yeah, you probably hear me clicking and tapping and stuff. I'm double checking on my social media just to make sure that I'm not missing a private DM. But yeah, now I did have on Sunday night, which I may do on Sunday nights rather than do during a week because it does get a little crazy. Premieres of the gaming videos that I have. This last premiere that I've done was something that I recorded with Haunted Trucking, aka Ghost Dog. Yeah, we have a unique way of interacting with each other, and we always kind of have this dialogue that we do, and it's so funny. We'll play back and forth off of each other a lot, and playing this game is already frustrating. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. There, down in the chat is Tony and Cody's channels. If you'd like to check them out, please do so. They do have awesome content. And just definitely tell them I sent you, or just give them words of encouragement. Just show them some love, definitely. And but yeah, this last premiere that I've done, it's always more fun to play games with friends and to be able to interact with each other on voice chat, like on Discord or even on your gaming platform, which mine is Steam. You can do that on directly on Steam while you're playing the game, and it's not supposed to mess up quite as bad when you're playing a game on that. Yes, Jen, definitely. And there's going to be at least another 4 videos that I'm going to premiere, and this happened in a 2.5 hour span. But because of my internet situation, I had to edit and cut down to about 30 minutes each time. Alyssa, hello. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while since I've seen you. So definitely be on the lookout for that. I do have some spirit box or videos that I'm going to be double checking and looking up. Okay, Chris. Yeah, I'm going to be double checking because I have no idea, because it's been a long time since I've recorded that. I hadn't really edited much videos from when I was out and about, which I need to get down to editing. I do have an exploration that I done when I was in South Carolina. And so it's going to be one of those things that as getting certain videos uploaded, I'm also going to be editing other videos that are from the past. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry that you're stressed out and frustrated. And hello, Chris. You there? It's good to see you. But yeah, I've got some fun games that I'm going to be recording as well. I've got a game called Fall Guys. And with Fall Guys, you're basically running a course, or you're on teams and you have to do certain things. And in that game, you get to run into people. You can run into people, bump people around. Um, you get bumped off of the course a lot of times, and it's just an overall fun game. I do have some other scary games. I've got some games that I'm downloading that are um, single player RPG type that I will record, and you guys will see from start to finish what the storyline is and what exactly I'm doing in the game. Little Nightmares is a game that I started to try to play, but I didn't know the controls very well, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go back through this and do this over. So yeah, guys, I'm into a variety of different games. I love playing games. I would rather play multiplayer, but it gets frustrating when I don't have good internet. And hello, Chris.
Hello.
It is good to hear from you. Hadn't heard from you in a while.
I had to play with my audio because I wasn't hearing you, so I had to switch the settings around in Zoom.
No, I totally understand that.
And the whole internet thing, I know firsthand, playing with someone that had bad internet for years. And me and my one friend, we always tease him about having bad internet. But it was a running joke that if someone farted in his house, he would knock out the internet.
Sometimes my Zoom will cut in and out, and I'm like, okay, Zoom just don't want me to talk today, apparently, because it will cut out so much. I'm sure you've probably seen where I went live and talked about the situation with my internet. That it's AT&T is basically throttling DSL completely down to where it barely runs when we're paying for the highest quality DSL, which DSL is outdated anyway, but they're not putting in a newer internet source. So we're kind of like stuck with this or satellite or cable. But with cable here in this area, I've heard a lot of my friends say you only really get about 5 good hours worth of internet, and then it cuts out for the rest of the day. So yeah, I'm kind of like, no cable.
Yeah, the same thing at my house. My mom is paying for the 1 gig high speed internet, and I'm barely seeing 10 megabytes.
Hey Jenna, it is good to see you. And so, it just makes it harder as a streamer and creator to be able to do what you want to do. Like, I can't live stream when I'm playing the game, and I can't live stream like video. I have to throttle back and think, and then figure out what I'm going to do, and then I have to turn them into videos. And that's why I do premieres, is because that's the next best thing. Guys get to interact with me during a video, and I can explain during the video what was going on, and that sort of thing. Whereas if I'm live streaming it, it's all basically in real time. A little bit of a delay, but not like drastic delay. But since I can't do that, the next best thing is doing a recording and premiering it.
Yeah, you probably heard that. I told you before, what was it, 2 years ago that we last spoke? Probably.
Yeah, something like that.
I think my empath ability has gotten stronger to the point where I can sense things from a photograph.
Oh, wow.
And I can, if someone's going into a room that's full of activity, I can feel the energy, even if it's a pre-recorded video.
I totally get that.
And in the beginning, I had to excuse myself from live streams because the energy was too much for me.
Oh, wow.
And from your profile pic, the left corner where the tree branches are coming down, I'm sensing something in the back, like further back in the background. Because my eyes are just narrowed on that one side of the photo.
Which picture
Your profile picture on Zoom.
on Zoom?
You have the sunglasses on?
Oh yeah, the one where I'm kind of looking through my sunglass above my sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the left side,
Uh-huh.
where the branches are coming down, where it looks like it's part of your hair, but
Uh-huh.
it's clearly in the back. I feel like there's someone or something watching you from behind those branches.
Oh wow.
I
Yeah, where that was taken was up in the mountains, and we were at a place that only had a eat out place. Um, and it was like a taco place, but it was right by a river. And on the other side was just full of trees. So there ain't no telling what was over there on that side. And I don't know
I'm
how I'm going to be able to screen share it, but I can show or try to show um the picture on the stream, but I'm not sure how I can do it from my phone without it messing up.
if you want, I can screen share my end. If that helps.
Hold on just a second, because the way this, let's see. I'm trying to find where the settings are, because this thing does not always allow sharing.
Yeah, you have to. I just tried it and said that the host disabled it in the settings.
Yeah, I didn't disable it. It done it. It's
Yeah,
yeah.
what it says is host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, there you go. I think I fixed it. I gotta remember it's under security.
Hold on. I'm still trying to. I haven't really used Zoom that much, so I'm trying to figure out. Hold on. Yeah, the way StreamYard has it, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, that's what I use because it's just click step stream title, hit go live.
Yeah, I like Zoom because they've added more security. So, like, if somebody was to have gotten into the meeting and it's somebody who's actually going to be trolling, it gives the host more of control over what's happening and can put a stop to it quick rather than getting hijacked. It used to not be that way. Um, People used to come up and try to start stuff. I've experienced, and I'm sure people have seen it, where people got a link somehow and ended up coming in and tried to troll and take over the stream
Uh,
in a bad way. And yeah.
yeah, let's just say that there was a streaker that was going around jumping on panel disguised as other people. They would change the name on StreamYards, like the name that displays, which is
Uh-huh.
probably a bad security feature. one of my I thought it was one of my buddies. The guy came up and he was running out of the shower butt naked.
Oh no,
It's happened to
that's
me,
not good.
my friend, several other people, same person. Yeah.
But with when I ended up getting my stimulus check, I paid for my Zoom for a year, so I wouldn't have to worry about every month having to pay. And it's like $15 a month. Not it's like right at $15 every month.
That's
Didn't have to worry about it now. So
maybe I should stop paying for StreamYard and start paying for Zoom because that's $10 cheaper.
yeah, and like with Zoom, it's a lot easier. I had a run in on StreamYard where I was streaming and my internet was giving me a hard time. Gaffa, hello. I was having a hard time with my internet. I was out of internet for a week. I decided to go live and it cut out again and it would not let me back in. The internet wouldn't come back on. This is when they initially this happened a couple of years ago, and that's when they initially started um causing trouble for the people that have DSL. And like I couldn't even get into it. I had to call. At the time, the only person's number that I had was Ghost Dog. So I called him and I was flipping out, and he's like, look, chill, let me take care of it. And he was able to get in there and shut it down for me. And that's why I don't like StreamYards, because if I do a stream myself on there and the way my internet is, I end up getting dropped. And then, like, even though I could get back in, if my internet won't allow me to, it still runs that stream. And so I'm like, oh no.
What you can do actually is delete the stream from StreamYards and completely deletes it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't even have to enter the studio. You could just click on there's three dots that appear on the side. You can choose. That's how you do it on mobile anyway, to enter the studio. But you can also delete it from outside the studio.
Oh, cool. But yeah, back then they were still kind of in beta version. Like they were working on it and trying to get things set up. And on iPhone, on StreamYard, you couldn't do all that. It had to come from a computer initially. And even though I knew how to make it seem like I was on a desktop, it still detected that I was on an iPhone and it wouldn't let me in to stop the stream. I was like, no, even with my cell data, it wouldn't do it. I was like, oh God. So that's one. And I think that's when I started saying, let me see about Zoom, because if I'm doing a stream, my internet cuts out, it'll shut it down without issues.
For me personally, the stream staying up is a good thing, because if my internet comes back, I could just jump back into the stream.
Right.
Last night we had a problem here. We had a power surge, or kind of. because only my room lost power.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the house didn't. I have a surge protector where my electronics are plugged in, like my TV and my Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
So they turned off because of the surge protector. My computer did not turn off, which is weird. Also, the sub pump from the well water blew out.
Ooh,
So we had no water for almost a whole day.
that's rough.
And the landlord's not very good with fixing things.
No, that's not good.
Uh, yeah, let's just say my mom doesn't like the guy. There's a few choice words I won't say out of respect on your stream. But let's just say that my mom has a few choice words for the guy because he's a POS, to put it lightly.
I know when way back when I was living and working in a place, if I had something that I needed to have done for the place I was living at, because I lived on the property of where I was working at because I was a caregiver. It took forever for anything to get done. And then they still expected me to pay for something that I couldn't use because they couldn't fix what I needed to have fixed. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not going to work.
I don't think legally they can make you pay for it. Legally.
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. But it ended up, we worked something out. Things ended up being okay. But I was like, look, just because I work for you doesn't mean that you can put off stuff that I need that is y'all's responsibility to work on. And yeah, they kind of got mad about it. But there was nothing that I could do except tell them, and I had the way I recorded everything. I've written things out and like screenshot, like took pictures of what I wrote to send to
Yeah.
them. So that way I had proof that I was attempting to get some things resolved and I had let them know ahead of time that something was wrong. So yeah, once they
Yeah.
figured out I'd done that, they started doing me better.
Yeah, because they don't want the police or the county getting involved. Because if the county gets involved, they get in big trouble. Especially since they're the service that hired you to be the caregiver. If the family found out,
Hey Cody, it's good to see you. How is everybody in the chat?
I don't know if you saw my tweet maybe a week or so ago. But something came up where my mom found out that she had breast cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
They went in. She just had the surgery Friday. They
Definitely
went in.
keeping her in prayers.
They went in and removed it. She just needs to go through the radiation treatment. It's not chemo.
Well, definitely prayers that she's going through all that because radiation or chemo, it's still rough. It's still rough to get that kind of treatment, and whatnot to fight, but definitely keeping her in my prayers.
Mom is a tough lady. We're all from Brooklyn, so that's how we were raised. It also helps that we have Italian, Irish, and Hispanic and Spanish in our blood, so we got that going for us.
Ah, and hello, Becky. It is good to see you. Welcome in. That's awesome, Jenna. I hope you have a good dinner.
And everyone, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stick around and until the end because I wouldn't mind talking to Eddie again.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I hadn't really got a chance to sit down and talk to a lot of people, and I've been kind of like, that's why I'm starting to go live more, especially on YouTube. I get kind of lonely, and like I'm one for chit chatting about different subjects and just kind of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. When I do my live streams, I need to have a co-host. Otherwise, my anxiety kicks in, and I can't be alone on panel.
I totally understand that feeling. A lot of times it does take, to me and the way I look at things, it takes a lot of strength to do a stream alone because there's a lot more to streaming that you're keeping an eye on. And when you've got people that are on panel, you can be a little relaxed. You can you still do everything that a host of the stream does, but it's it's not as stressful. I totally get that.
Hold on, I have a phone call coming in. I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay. So how's everybody in the chat? Thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate it. And like I said just a minute ago, Alex, hello. Dad will throw the salad again. Yes, moms are pretty tough. Gotta hand it to them. And definitely keeping Chris's mom in my prayers. So how is everybody? I've been kind of getting lonely. Like everybody's kind of off doing their own thing, and like there's some people I'll reach out to, and nobody says a word, and I'm know that they're busy, so I'm like, oh no. But yeah, I've been kind of feeling a little lonely, so I felt like going live and just having chilling out with you guys. Been missing everybody. And you guys, the idea that I'm gonna be doing a video about my eye condition. I still plan on doing that, but I'm wondering if I should just do it as a stream rather than as a video, or should I just do the video? Boomer, hello, it is good to see you. And if anybody would like to come up, you're more than welcome to. Just shoot me a private message and I will send you a link. But yeah, I've been kind of like doing my own thing. Um, oh, I totally understand that, Alex. I have that happen a lot. But yeah, but I like was saying earlier, I do at times feel lonely, and so sometimes that's why I go live. Then there's times that like I'm recording videos, I'm doing gaming and whatnot. So yeah, I'm all over the place. And I think this week I was supposed to work on the video for about my eye condition. And it's not just about the eyes, it affects more than just that. And it's basically because of society. And you guys get to get a little insight on what is going on, um, or how, why I am the way I am. Oh, that's cool, Jen. West Haven, hello. It is good to see you. Okay, Boomer. That's cool. And also, guys, please check out Chris the Ghost Hunter. He does do streaming and he does do different kinds of topics. So definitely, check out his YouTube page. I don't have his link right offhand, and because I'm on my phone, I'm doing a whole bunch at one time. So give me just a second, and I'll get you the link for it. Where? Oh, and guys, I've made some new graphic art on and it's mainly for merchandise. And I figured, why not give it a go again and maybe make a merch store again? Now, the store that I have with Ghost Dog, it is down, but I'm planning on bringing it back. It is very secluded where we're at. Hello. Hey, Eddie and Jen. Donnie the Traveler, hello. It's good to see you. I cannot hear you, Eddie. I'm sorry. I don't know if they can hear you on the stream. Yeah, I don't think they can hear you on that end. Okay, Eddie. Yeah, I could see him. I'm not sure if the microphone was connected right. Lou said, hello, it is good to see you, hon. Yeah, having technical difficulties, I think the way Zoom is now is different than what it was a few months ago. And it gives everybody a hard time doing updates and whatnot. But it is so good to see you, Lucid. How are you? And if anybody wants to come up and hang out in the panel, you're more than welcome to. Just shoot me a DM or a private message on Twitter, and I will send you a link. Okay, Jen. Yeah, I'm on my phone going live on YouTube. So with Zoom, so this is kind of kind of an experience. I don't remember having a panel that I started on my phone before like this. Live streaming on YouTube. So this is kind of a new experience for me. Definitely been a while since I've seen some of y'all and got to hang out with y'all. But yes, like I was saying before, I've got some new pictures that I'm working on for merchandise. Welcome back, Boomer. So you guys be ready. I'm gonna start hitting the site for my merchandise. I'm gonna be hitting it pretty hard in the next few days, and I'm gonna be working on some merch. So definitely can't wait to show you guys. Hello, Boomer.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much.
Hey, honey. Hey, Lucy. Becky. Everybody else out there in the chat. Chris the Ghost Hunter. I haven't heard that name in a while. Eddie. What's up? Wow.
Hello.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I was gonna say you got quite the celebrity panel here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Jen.
I missed everybody. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go live. I don't have a video to post. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a live and see how this runs.
You got the bug, huh? All them panels you've been on lately with between me and what's his name?
Yeah. I love being on panels. It's just like trying to jump into a conversation. Like, I don't want to interrupt anybody. And so when I start saying something, and because of my internet, it's always a delay anyway. So when I go to say something, it's like 5 or 6 sentences later that like it decides to pop up. I'm like, oh no.
Well, there's always a delay between the live, like the Zoom call and the live stream. Anywhere from like 15, 20 seconds is a normal delay. But Yeah, that's just the way it always is with live streaming.
Yeah. Stony. Oh my God. Hello. It's good to see you. Honeybug says, listening and making dinner. If I drop out, it's a dang cucumber. You there, Eddie? I don't think his microphone is wanting to work right.
You may have to manually connect it to the Zoom in the microphone settings. Because a lot of them, even if it's a plug and play microphone, when you do a Zoom call, you usually have to go into your microphone settings, your audio settings, and set that particular microphone for the call.
Yes. Like, I always have to do that when I'm on my computer. I have a gaming headset that's got a little microphone to it.
Oh, you got the video working.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
There you are.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, I apologize for that.
Wow. Would you buy a new movie studio or something?
Well, we had a lot going on. I'm going to do a special live stream this weekend to let everybody know what's been going on in our life. It's been really interesting.
You're back in Texas now, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
We had to come back, and I'm going to explain that also. It's just been a real interesting road. It really has. And I'm going to share it with everybody, But how are you guys doing?
I'm good.
Fallen?
Yeah, it cut out on me. I'm sorry. I'm like, no.
It's good hearing you, Boomer. And everybody that's in the chat, Honeybubs, my wife, Stony Stone is here. Long time no see and no hear. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to come up though, Fallen, because I haven't seen you in a long time. And I wanted to give you that fam love still because all I do is work. I'm always working. And I'll work from like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning to like 5 in the evening, which right now is 5:14 p.m. here where we're at, which is 6 up north. So, and I just got off work, so that's my life.
Yeah. I mean, I could totally understand that. I mean, you're providing for your family and that sort of thing. And I know you get really busy, and I do really, really appreciate you coming up. I really do.
Yeah, so
I
had to stop.
Unlike individuals like myself who have no life and have no family to deal with, I'm free just about any time when I'm not sick. So.
Becky Taylor, it's so good to see you, man. It's so good to see everybody here in the chat. I hope you guys have shared Fallen out. Show Fallen some love. Make sure you hit that like button. Really appreciate you. But yeah, I just wanted to come up here and say hello, Fallen. I miss you, Fallen. And Chris,
I miss you too.
the Ghost Hunter, I will check out your channel.
But yeah, I've been missing a lot of people. Everybody's like all different directions. And like, I don't know where, like, I'm just there.
Yeah,
I'm kind of like, huh?
I feel you. We were in the same boat. When we were in Ohio, we got turned down from a lot of places that we were going to try to move. We was going to try to make it back up there. And just things, it wasn't going the way we thought it would. And so we had to do an about face and just come back to a place that actually accepted us. When we were going to go down to Florida, we were actually threatened, not to show up in Florida. you know. So
What?
yeah, so and I was cool with it, you know, the threats coming to me. It doesn't bother me, but when you affect my family, you know, that's a whole different thing.
Right.
So
Right.
we just scratched that all out. That's why I did a lot of stuff with Ghost Mafia and Lady Swan. Shout out to them. I love them. Ghost Mafia that's my guy, you know. And
There are some awesome people.
yes, they are. Him and Lady Swan, and we
Who,
miss them already.
who is
So
this ghost individual again?
Ghost Mafia and Lady Swan, his wife, they have a YouTube channel and D Live.
I'm surprised Ed went for that. Come on,
I
Ed.
had to because they mostly do more D Live than they do YouTube, but I think they're getting ready to come back to YouTube now. So, but I had to give them a shout out because I did a lot of stuff with them and shared a lot of stuff with them, and they're just so wonderful.
They actually, I think they all kind of gave up the D Live thing and are all doing their thing on Trovo now. At
Yeah,
least they have been lately. So
yeah, and this weekend I'm gonna explain that too on our D Live. I'm gonna just go over a whole bunch of stuff that what we've been going through, what we've accomplished, and what we're setting out to do next. You know, and a lot of this comes from a lot of help from a lot of bigger YouTubers that's been opening my eyes on a lot of stuff. You know,
I
so
see Cody and
Hey, former, I'll have you.
who else is back there?
that's
Hey,
Manny.
Cody and Tony.
Manny
Yep,
Right.
that's Manny,
There's Tony.
and that's Tony,
and Tony.
and here
Okay.
comes Cody right now.
Hi, Booker.
Oh, there's Cody. This is my boy. What's up? How you doing?
Doing good.
Awesome.
You want my shirt?
Oh, I didn't say hi to Heather yet. Hey, or Jenny. I mean, he's talking about Heather. I got Heather in my mind now. Hi,
It's
Jenny.
stuck in my face.
You can call her Heather.
I just got done stuffing my face.
She'll answer anything.
Except mom.
Yeah, except mom.
She shuts that word out. Mom.
Except late for dinner, she said. Oh, so you're gonna use my Browns chair?
Mhm. So you can share it tonight.
Browns.
Yeah, I'm a diehard Cleveland Browns fan, buddy. Oh yeah.
Man lived in Ohio. He lives in Texas now, and he's a Browns fan.
Yes, sir.
That's okay.
Diehard.
I'm a Green Bay fan.
She's a Green Bay fan.
Oh no! Come on, New York all the way.
You know what? My oldest brother Anthony is a diehard Buffalo Bills fan.
Oh really?
He loves Buffalo Bills.
I always lean more toward the Giants just because it pissed off my dad because he's also a Bills fan. Diehard. 70 years.
I used to like the Giants. I still do in some ways because of some of the guys that they got on their roster. You know, is good guys. You know, unfortunately, Manning, he was getting up there. He couldn't do it no more. You know,
Right.
there's no I in team. So, you know, we got Odell from him. Thank you. Giants.
Yeah, I haven't followed it in years.
Oh, they're picking the Browns to go to the Super Bowl. But the what they got, we got Jadeveon Clowney now. And we may also end up getting Richard Sherman.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Baker Mayfield's really making a name for himself. Plus the fact that he too is from Texas and he lives in Austin, just an hour away from us.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hour away, and he's a big supporter of the Special Olympics.
That's great.
Awesome.
Yes, that's his charity, the Special Olympics.
Me, always gonna be a Panthers fan. Okay, I'm from the Carolinas. I'm gonna be. I'm always
there's
gonna
a
have
baby
that, but
team in the NFL.
I also like I like Green Bay as well.
I used to like the Panthers when they had David Caruth until he had his girlfriend murdered and tried to have his son murdered.
Oh.
Oh
And
man,
he that was just pretty vile, and I was not a fan after that. And he's
Well,
still
we
locked
won't
up now.
even we won't even touch on OJ then.
Yeah. We're not even
That
gonna go there.
motherfucker succeeded.
That man was guilty of sin. But that's another story on another day.
Right. And what is it with all these celebrities over the years? Like, there's been movie celebrities and professional sports celebrities just out like either killing people or trying to have people killed. Like, it's ridiculous.
Because the money that they get, they think that they can buy themselves out of anything.
Mm-hmm.
You
It
know,
works.
whether it be a sex.
Didn't work for Cosby. But
Right. I mean, look at Deshaun Watson. You know, getting a massage and only wanted a happy ending. Come on, man. These are people, you know,
Right.
and we got to treat women with the utmost respect. If it wasn't for woman, man would not exist. And so some of us men take advantage of that, you know, and think that they are the weaker link. That's not even true anymore. Because I know some women that'll whip your ass.
Right.
You know,
I've always considered both genders equal, you know, because like without one you can't have the other.
right,
You know?
right, and so you know, that's just how men's mentality is. They think that we're up here and the women are down here. They
Yeah.
don't treat anything equal anymore, whether it's basketball.
Right.
You know, look at how women are getting paid compared to men, and they're fighting about that right now.
Yep. Professional sports, the Hollywood scene. It's like you can get a guy playing the same type of role, you know, and it's their partner is a female cop. They're both this, you know, and why should one get paid any less than the other? You know what I'm saying?
I agree. 100%.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and so that's why I'm down for a lot of things that women do. But I look at it like this. Now, my brother's the opposite. He's like this. If a woman is going to hit him like a man, he's going to treat her like a man. And I told him, no, that doesn't make you a better person, because you still got to remember, even though she hit you like a man, it's up to you to be a man and stand up and take it.
Right.
Don't
Well, I mean,
I
mean that could apply with any kind of case like that, whether it's a man versus woman or woman versus man, man versus man.
It's a catch-22.
There's some times where you just can't avoid, you know, you got to defend yourself, but still, you know, I mean, the bigger man or woman walks away, and you know, that's the, you know, scenario everybody wants to, you know, see, but sometimes it can't be avoided. And like, I mean, like I said, if a woman's coming at me with something, it's going to be just like a man coming at me with something. You know, if they got a weapon or something, you know, I'm going to defend myself. But yeah, if my old lady just smacked me across the face because she was pissed off at me for something I did, just walk away. Let her get it out and walk away. You know, just like with anybody else. You know.
Oh, believe me, because me and Jim, we have our arguments from time to time, but I will never raise my hand in a demeaning manner.
Mm-hmm.
If I have to do that, then it's time for me to leave.
Right. I mean, people just they think that striking out in anger, they try to make it a defense scenario. Like it's not always that way. You know, take the hit and leave if you can. You know.
Right. I agree with you. Before we go any further, though, I do want to do some prayers for a couple people that's in here, mainly for Honeybubs. And Fallen, can I do one real quick for Honeybubs? There's been so many people that have DM'd me for a lot of prayers, and I had got one from Honeybubs a long time ago because she had I think it was somebody passed away. And I never got a chance to give her that prayer because I took everything down. Is Honeybubs, are you still here?
Yeah,
she's still listening. I think she's making supper, but she is listening in.
Okay, because I'm gonna wait till she comes back because I've been wanting to give this prayer to her for a long time, and I haven't been on. We haven't done a live stream in over a year,
Yeah.
you know, and it's because of so much stuff that was going on in our life. Uh,
Right.
You won't believe me when I tell you Sunday. You won't believe the things that we went through, and but I just want people to understand this. When I tell you these things, just remember that it's okay, you know, because God always finds a way. When one door closes, another one always open. You know, so you got to leave yourself open. And good, honey bugs, you are still here. So I'm gonna do this prayer real quick. I'll say, dear Father in heaven, I want to thank you first of all for giving me this opportunity to talk to everyone that's here in the panel and on the chat. I also want to thank you so much, Father, for giving me the air that I breathe and the food that I eat, and for my wife and my kids and the job that I have. And Father, you know I've been trying to get in touch with Honeybugs for quite a while because she's been going through a lot of things lately in her life. Father, I just want to make sure that everything is okay with Honeybugs, that everything is going to be all right. If she just knows that you're there within her heart, and all she has to do is call on you, Father, that you're going to take care of it. Don't stress ourselves for these little bitty things. God said, bring it to Him in prayer. And so that's what I'm doing, Father. I'm just being that link away to help Honeybugs go through what she was going through, get it out of her system, and give her a sense of positivity. So, Father, please walk with her and guide her. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. I thank you, Father, for that, because I've been meaning to do that for Honeybugs for a long time. And I hope you're all right with that, Honeybugs. I don't mean for everybody to go quiet. And probably listening to WWE because my son, Cody, oh, Jen, your hands are cold. What is you holding? Huh? The freezer? But God bless us with another place. And this place wasn't guaranteed. But nothing in life is guaranteed, you know, so we thank God for this. And that's why I said, come by Sunday and I'm explaining everything that we've been going through and all the things that we've accomplished, you know, and the things that yet to come. You all right? What in the world are you making? Oh, I thought maybe you slipped and fell. The can opener slipped and fell.
Yeah, I've been definitely missing you, Eddie and Jen. I'll text Jen privately. I'm like, I'm hoping you're okay. You hadn't heard from y'all in a while.
Yeah,
You know,
I've been quiet. I've been sitting, taking the back seat, so to speak. And I've been coming to, believe it or not, I've been coming to your live streams. I've been coming to everybody's live streams. I've just been taking the back seat listening.
right.
And you know, there's been a lot of unnecessary drama that's going on, and a lot of this stuff is being brought on themselves.
Yeah.
We do not want to get involved in that because we're not about drama. We should stay away. That was one of the reasons why we left D-Lock, because drama was being brought in and we had to see our way out. You know, yeah, Manny.
Oh, I totally understand that. Like, I ended up getting thrown into stuff and I wasn't even around to be able to defend myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had to keep my mouth shut about it. And then I started noticing that there was a lot of people that had supported me about this time last year, just totally treat me like I'm a stranger. And I thought we were friends. And I went last months, I've, had to rethink a lot of decisions that I've personally made. And like, for me personally, D-Lock is hanging on by a thread when it comes to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because of all of it.
That's a funny thing. That's a funny word, the word friends, because sometimes we have to dissect our friends, and put them in different categories. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Sometimes people that may be your friends can turn out to be your best enemy, and your worst enemy ends up becoming your friend. That sounds scrambled, but
I know exactly what you're saying.
yeah, and so you have to sometimes just dissect it, because we know it's hard to trust people. We know that,
All right.
but sometimes you got to give that little bit, just that little bit, because you never know who you're going to have to lean on. But if they do something so where you can't trust them, then that's sometimes the only way that you really know. So I can never sit here and say I don't trust anybody here. I trust everyone until something happens to me. But it has to be direct from that person.
That's where you and I differ. I start out. Look, my motto is DTA. Don't trust anyone.
That's Jim.
That's something that's got to be earned. I'm not going to trust anyone till they've proven to me that they're trustworthy.
And you know what? You're right. Because trust has to be earned.
Like that. If I wanted loyalty, I'd get me a dog. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Put such a high like they think loyalty is like what everybody wants and needs. Loyalty is what you get from your pets, okay?
Right.
Don't expect loyalty from your friends. Friends is friends. Loyal followers, loyal supporters, that's not a human thing. Okay?
I agree with you. I do agree with you 100% on that.
And if I'm going to trust you, you got to prove you can be trusted,
Mm-hmm.
And very few people meet that criteria,
I agree.
So I just take it for what it is. I take them for who they are. And as long as they're not stabbing me in the back,
right. You're good.
Road cutting my head off,
right.
I'll get along with them. I'll call them my friend, but I can never, even with my own family and my real world friends, I can't bring myself to give them that full 100% trust,
and I have to respect you for that, because Jen's the same way. You and Jen are the exact same way. Jen don't trust nobody.
Exactly.
So
it can always, it can ruin people's lives. Yeah, I've already discovered that. I trusted my wife. Okay. Mm-hmm. You would think your wife, your mom, your dad, your siblings are the people you would be able to trust most. Right. You trust your life to them. But I've been done wrong by everyone I've known in my real world. Okay. So I that's just the way I am,
Right. But that goes back to D-Live. Now you see all the stuff that's been going on D-Live.
Right. And that stuff was on YouTube too.
Yeah, but it got worse when they went
to D-Live too.
Boomer, now that you're on, you know what's funny? A lot of things, and you might agree with me on this, because me and Jen talked about this amongst ourselves. Before a lot of people went to D-Live, they were better off with YouTube. They were, a lot more fun, a lot more things going on. They switched to D-Live and their whole demeanor changed.
Yeah, that is true. But you can't blame the platform.
No, I'm blaming the platform. I'm blaming
the people that make the platform, and that's why a lot of people went to D-Live, because they thought, because they were bitching about the drama and all that crap that came with YouTube. So they found this new platform. Now D-Live was the best thing.
Right.
And now then they discover, well, there's still rules you have to follow in order to be able to have a channel on that platform. And once you break those rules, they're gonna say, see you later. Okay. And then they get pissed off. Now they find these other platforms, Twitch. Well, Twitch has been around a while, and then Trovo, now everybody's going to Trovo, and D Live's the devil now. It's like, what do you think? Like, what's the thought process of these people when they went to this specific platform because they were having issues with the previous platform? Okay, they go from YouTube because YouTube's too regulated or whatever. You're not as free to do things, you can't play music, things like that. So they go to D Live, they discover D Live. We can play music, copyright music. We can do this, we can do that.
Right.
But discover the things they can't do. And as soon as they discover the things they can't do, see, they want full freaking like freedom. You ain't gonna find that on the platform because, for one, FCC regulates what you can and can't do on a live streaming platform.
That's right.
If you break those rules, if that platform breaks those rules, there goes that platform. So they're looking out for themselves.
Right.
So put in these guidelines. Well, you're not going to be able to say and do certain things in order for our platform to continue to exist. Because once FCC gets involved and says, "Oh, you're allowing these people to show boobs or say this or say that," they're going to come in and they're going to tell this platform, "Hey, we can't allow you to air anymore."
Right.
And that's now, people aren't looking at that aspect. They're blaming the platform. The platform has rules to abide by as well.
That's right.
You have professional artists out there putting out their music. Yeah, they deserve to get paid for people using their material.
Right.
Like, and people don't like that. Oh, well, we can't do. Well, there's a reason for that. I mean, it's like with me, with being an artist, my art. If I did an art piece and somebody copied that and put their name to it and made it theirs, that is illegal. I mean, you can't do that. So,
Right.
now they find this other, and I'll guarantee you, within 5-6 years of them being on Trovo is going to say, "Hey, you guys are getting way out of line here. We can't afford to have our platform stricken down by FCC and all that. So we're going to have to, you're going to have to accept the punishment,
Right.
because they're looking out for themselves, just like with anybody,
Another reason why we stepped away from D Live though was because a lot of people told us you can make money off of D Live and all that, this, that, and the other. We're not on it trying to make money.
Right.
We just want to meet people, have fun. If you're gonna make money, the money's gonna come.
Right.
But it all depends on your character. When you're going out blasting other people for doing what they do, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
We're not put on that path. That's not even the right platform to use. And
Right.
personally, I wouldn't even use the platform to blast anybody.
Right.
I just take it to the person, but that's just me. But we just stepped
And
down.
one thing that I noticed about D Live, and this has happened within the last 6 months, almost a year,
Mhm.
you can see where they are putting up the rules that are already in there. They're only going after certain people, and other people
Right.
that they have been good with on D Live, they're letting them slide.
I'm
So-
going to admit, you're right.
Choose type of thing. That's what I don't like about D Live.
D-Live is very biased in the fact that you're right. There are certain people that they give certain leniencies to or they ignore. Whereas there's other people who are, I guess they consider the newer channels, the less known channels and things like that. They're cracking down on, just like YouTube did.
Right.
You got highfalutin, serious freaking celebrities out there utilizing YouTube, Twitch, and all that and everything, but because of their status,
They
their
get a pass.
status, they don't really mess with them much. Whereas the other people, the little guys they call, are the ones taking that hit because, and yeah, that's on all platforms. Once you get a name on a certain platform, they're gonna be a little more lenient on you.
Right.
They are very biased.
Yes, they are.
That's why I never on any platform. I never get on a platform thinking that I'm gonna,
Right.
I'm
And
realistic.
I'm the same as you. I never think I'm better than anybody else.
Right.
Never. As a matter
I
of
don't
fact,
think
I
my
push people
channel's
ahead.
gonna make it. Whereas a lot of people are, they're like, oh, I'm gonna get on here and I'm gonna make this channel, big and all. I don't do that. I just get up there, I do my thing. If I piss off the people of YouTube or I piss off the people of DLive, whatever, hey, that's on me because obviously I did something they didn't like.
Right.
You gotta follow the rules. And if you break the rules, you gotta accept the consequences.
Yep, I agree with you 100%.
Yep.
And I'm always breaking rules, so I never expect to get a check mark on DLive. I never expected to be monetized. I was put in YouTube jail 3 times.
Mhm.
I finally monetized. I never really expected that. Like, I don't go into this thinking I'm gonna be, the biggest channel or making money on it. I'm not gonna live off social media.
Right.
Some people, I say they luck out with it for the most part. Yeah, the people work their asses off to get to where they're at. There's, they follow the rules. They, and yeah, that's good. But somebody like me, you're not going to see me with 10, 15,000 freaking followers. Okay. I was lucky 1.5 I got, I'm not going to make it on DLive. I know it's just that's the platform I prefer because yes, I can play music. I can sit here and do a chat session and do a panel and play music without having somebody messaging me every day saying, oh, you violated our guidelines with music copyright, blah, 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 which I had to suffer on YouTube. I want to be able to have certain freedoms, but I'm in no way one of those people who think I can just go all anarchy on a platform and expect no recourse. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Dreamwalking Angel. Hey, Dreamwalking Angel, darling, you send me. I know you send me, darling, you send me. Honest, you do. I had to do that for her. I love it. I love you, Dreamwalking Angel.
It is so good to see you, Dreamwalking Angel. I know it's been a while for everybody. Everybody's been having their own things going on. And it's just like,
I'll tell you what, if I'm ever in her neck of the woods, we are going to get together and we're going to do a song together. We're going to make that dream come true.
oh, that would be awesome.
That woman's got a voice on her. I mean it too. So now we got Manny singing back here.
Sing it, man.
Cool.
Sing it, Manny. Oh, he's singing the wake up song.
With me, like my whole point of even doing YouTube or DLive, being able to stream was because part of it was because people were like, you can't do it. You ain't got no content. You're doing and your life is boring. Well, I've got I've had ideas. I've been doing decent and
porn,
like, huh?
Did you say I had a life of porn?
No.
Oh, I thought
My life was
I'm not
boring.
listening to Jen no more.
Boring.
boring.
It could be boring porn. Who knows? I mean,
I thought you said I have a life of porn. I'm like, really?
And another reason why I do what I do is because I want to be able to connect with people because I'm in a position where I'm basically a shut-in. I don't get to go out and do things much, but when I do, I want to be able to have those memories and be able to share it with people.
Good job.
I want to say thank you to Chris, the ghost hunter. He said, Eddie, you have an energy to you that radiates love and light. That's what we always try to
yeah.
have.
That. I said hello to you, sis, while he was singing. I don't think you heard me. I tried to sneak it in there between bars, but
I know, and that's my fault.
no, that's all right.
Nisha, I'm sorry. He did try to say hello to you. As a matter of fact, Chris, introduce yourself. I don't know who you are. Maybe I do. Do you have a channel? Don't be afraid to show yourself.
Eddie, I've been on a live stream with you once before, but that was a year or two ago.
Okay.
We follow each other on Twitter.
Got you. You know what? I'm gonna write your channel down now, and I am going to check you out. It's sad I have to write things down now because Jen will tell you. Jen will tell you, like Jen will tell you.
You're disgusting.
I will forget in a heartbeat. I am so forgetful anymore.
Well, you got a lot going on your plate as it is. It's kind of hard to put more information in like that.
Because I try to boost everybody up. That's my goal in life, is to pass love forward.
Chris was going by a different channel name a couple years ago, though. Didn't you just recently change it to Chris the Ghost Hunter?
Within the last 2 years.
Okay. Yeah.
My last name, I didn't even make content.
Well, I'm gonna make sure I get you out there. That's how I show love. I don't talk about, it's not about me, it's about we.
That's another.
Don't get quiet at once.
That's another place we differ. It's about me. You come next. Me come first.
But see, I'm also trying to teach my boys though. Yeah, and you're right, but I'm trying to teach my boys though to show love because they've been bullied so much in their life that they're afraid of people. And so by me being a leader, I need them to follow my lead.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a rotten thing. Like, because I noticed, like, I talked to I've seen you mention before, and I think I talked to Cody on his live stream when is the fact that one of your biggest issues is the lack of acceptance of your boys because of their I don't know what to call it, condition, infliction, whatever you want to call it.
I don't call it disability. I call it abilities because even those that are disabled are able.
Right.
And that's how I look at them. And that's why I let Tony and Cody have a channel because I want them to show other kids and young adults with special needs that if they can do it, they can do it too. Yeah.
And the fact that, I can see being an empath helps too, because I feel it from them anytime. Like I'm here sitting here, like picking it up now because we're on a live stream together. One of the problems that occurs, the reason why, they're so afraid of others is because the others have this fear in them because of the lack of understanding. And them in that in turn, like that's why they're afraid of other people because they've been ostracized.
Yes,
they are. And that's what causes most of the I'm gonna call it bullshit because that's what it is. It's bullshit that people aren't more accepting of others who aren't in their eyes normal. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I had to.
I look at it like this. Even half of us, we're not normal.
Right. I mean, what is normal? You know what I'm saying?
Only a setting on a TV.
Sucks. Hey, Ginger.
Hello, Exploring Ginger.
But your boys actually had, like they really opened my eyes to a lot of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
talking with them, talking with you about them and stuff. Like, to me, they're the normal ones, because they're the ones that are treating people the way they believe, the way they would want to be treated.
Right.
They're what's the word? Organic and they feel from not just the heart, from the soul.
Right.
They don't let their mind get in the way. They don't have to sit there and rationalize why they like somebody or why they don't. They just do. Because they can tune into that. And they know who to trust, who not to trust, who's a friend and who isn't a friend. They just automatically know that. And that's awesome. Like,
and you're awesome, huh, man?
right?
And give me 5. Give me a high 5. All right, buddy.
But yeah, I mean, it's just I've been around, many different walks of life, and being in the service and stuff like that. You get to know, you get to meet and be introduced to all walks of life. I mean, I've rubbed elbows with the rich. I've associated, like, from one end of the spectrum to the other, and no matter where you go, there's like you have the same problems, same issues, no matter if you're poor or you're rich. Everybody's got problems, and that's the bad thing about being part of society. There's that 5% who are just like, can't accept anything but what they view as normal. And it sucks. It's like the world consists of more than just, perfect face, the perfect body, and the perfect, like.
Yes, because none of us is born perfect in this world.
Right.
And I tell people all the time, I'm blessed to have my boys with autism, because
right.
One of the things that they teach us is patience.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you have boys with autism, you have to know patience, because there's times that they will try you.
I think you really hit on something there too, because I've noticed that most of the problems exist because the average person, I'm not going to say normal, but the average person, they have a lack of patience.
That's right.
They just don't take the time to understand anything outside their own little world, So because they live in this idea of a perfect world, they think the whole world should be perfect.
Right.
And don't have those are the people I consider never seen more than their own backyard. As soon as they get off their own, as soon as they walk out their own gate and they see what the world's really about, they start judging it and saying, well, that's not the way things should be because that's not how I live. I'm like, who gives a fuck how you live?
Right.
They don't live the way I live, but I accept them. Why can't you? You know what I'm saying?
That might be because people are raised a certain way from another generation, that things are supposed to be this way and it's supposed to be this way because of the last generation. That
has a lot to do with it, yes.
Yes.
I can tell you, being somebody of a different generation than, say, Fallen or Chris, because I've got at least 20 years on either of them, I can say, like,
you're not 60.
Not all that, but it's a big part of that. Like my parents, yeah, they lived in a different time, but they still have you know, it depends on the individual. Like, I mean, like one certain type of parent is going to raise their kids one certain type of way, and that's not generational. That's their, you know, because they're set in the way they've done things. They think everybody should do it the same way. My parents weren't like that. Well, my dad, for us boys, he was kind of like that, where, you know, it was always, you have to play sports, you have to, but, you know, as a whole, my parents' generation, they were more accepting of things than most people are now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think it's all because of the difference of generations, but, you know, like me and Eddie are in a different generation group than, say, Fallon and Chris, because, you know, we're much older, but we still, you know, we still have certain morals and
Morals and obligations.
yeah, you know, it's like
Mm-hmm.
you can't blame a certain.
That's why I love you, Boomer.
You can't blame a whole
keep it
race
real.
for something one person did. You can't blame a whole generation for one person's ideals. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Not everybody in 1800s thought it was okay to take a person just because of who they are and strap them to a tree and whip them. Okay.
Right.
That, and, you know, a lot of that happened in that generation, but you can't blame that whole generation because of a few bad apples. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you just like you can't blame one race for a few bad apples.
That's
You
right.
know?
See, that's why I love you, Boomer, because you
About
real.
who you are, what you are inside, and what you believe. You know, and as long as you stand by your convictions, you know, whether you're right or wrong, and you're not a flip flopper. You know, and you, I mean, yeah, people can change their minds about certain things. That's just natural. But like, you can't be one person to appease one group and then be another person to appease another, because
Right.
that's not being real. You
Right,
know,
that's not real
stand
at
by
all.
your convictions. Know who you are, and you know, there's going to be people that hate you. There's going to be people that love you because of it.
That's
But-
right. I agree with you 100%. See, that's why I love you, Boomer, because you do keep it real.
I try.
And I'll tell you, if I was ever in your vicinity, you will always have a plate at my table.
Ditto. I would love to meet your family.
I promise you, it will happen one day. Because we're coming back up north. We're going to be coming back. We're going to go back up there, what, in August? For the Paracon with Ghost Mafia? Yes, we're going to go back up there in August. And there's some other people I want to see along the way, too. I'm hoping to see Christina's son. Who else was up there that wanted to see us? Oh, Lil Red. MPA. Lil Red.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was another one. I really want to see Lil Red. She is a sweetheart.
She's a little firecracker.
Yes, she is. She did something for us. I want you to see this. Where's it at? Here it is, right here.
Diamond painting? Yeah. It's awesome. She did one of me too. I got it hanging behind me. You can't see it right now, but
That is from Lil Red. That is so awesome. I mean, man, that is just great. And then Dreamwalking Angel, she made us some masks.
yeah.
And we still wear them. Even though somebody had got me a Browns mask, and now I wear that more.
Yeah.
But they still, my boys, they still wear the mask from Dreamwalking Angel. And so does my daughter and my son-in-law. So
That was awesome yesterday.
Dreamwalking Angel had sent me and my parents, and they really came in handy. Like, we put them in a certain place in case we lose our other ones, and we have disposable ones too. And we can't find the other ones, we definitely go after those. Or if I feel like I'd rather have something that's more, I consider them more designer. I love them. I'll wear them instead of the other ones.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I wear the one she sent me all the time. That's the only one I use. And well, lately we haven't even been able to, or we haven't had to use the masks around here.
It's here in Texas, it's open now. You
Yeah.
really don't have to wear them, but we do. Because here's something that I've asked a lot of people. Have you noticed that since we've been wearing masks, you have not had the flu or any kind of cold, really?
Oh, I have.
Really? I have not. Usually at this time, well, I want to say 6 months back, I would have been sick by then. I'd had either the flu or something else. But since we've been wearing a mask, I have not been sick.
Me neither.
Knock on
Like-
wood.
I'm like, I'm one of those that every season I'm sick at least once, whether it be allergies or a cold or something like that. And because of the mask, I haven't been sick.
Neither have I. And Dreamwalker.
Oh yeah, it definitely, like any kind of cloth over your face definitely will keep out most of the larger pollens and stuff which cause allergies and things like that. Yeah, I can see that. But still, I don't want to live in a world where the rest of my life I have to walk around with a mask. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, let nature takes its course. If your immune system's at par, is up to par, and you're not one of those who can't easily fight off an infection or something, well, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry for you, but I got a great immune system. I'm not worried about myself like getting sick or anything like that. I do get sick a lot, but it's never like, it's usually over as soon as it starts. I got a pretty good immune system, so I'm not going to worry about somebody walking by me coughing. No, as long as
I'm like you.
face,
I worry for them. I don't worry about me. I worry for them.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I understand people that have low immune systems. They need. I mean, well, if you're a person with greatly deficient immune systems, a simple mask ain't going to help you anyway.
Right.
So that's where I come in and say the mask thing is kind of ridiculous to a certain point, because they're not really preventing anything but larger particles getting into your breathing system. Air, the virus molecules within the air are at such a microscopic size, they can get through any of those masks anyway. If air can get through something, so can a virus.
Right.
Unless you have a glass, face mask with no way to breathe, something's going to get in there.
I agree.
So that's just my view on that.
Huh? Is it? Oh, Jen's upstairs. Okay.
Anyway, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
like watching that.
I'm watching my wife upstairs with Manny. I can watch him on this monitor here.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got 3 cameras in my apartment.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to set some cameras up in here too, because we're gonna start live streaming again, and we're gonna do small spirit box sessions, the stuff
Cool.
like that, the fun stuff, as I call it.
Now, you're one that likes to check out new apps and things like that, right? You like to use the apps now and again. I recently downloaded the newest app I downloaded through VBE. That's the app company that I trust and been with for years now. They have a new one. It's called the V1 Ghost Box. And it's kind of like, it operates under the same concept as the SB7, but it's in the app. If you have a Galaxy, a Android device,
Right.
it's because the VBE apps are only available to Android devices.
Okay.
I don't know if he plans on changing that or not, but
I will
And
check that
I've
out.
been using it the last few sessions I've done. I've been using that as opposed to the necrophonics one
Uh-huh.
because with this, the V1 Ghost Box, I have yet noticed any kind of repetition
Right.
like I have with the necrophonics. There's a lot of stuff that just seems really repetitious.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not knocking them because I've had valid responses with it. You know, like nobody says, "Hey, boomer," to just say, you know. So if I hear something like that coming through anything, it's legitimate to a certain point. But
Yeah.
the one, if you want to check it out, I think it's 99 cents.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I'm gonna do just that. And I may do a video where I'm using that app. Because you know what?
Yeah, I did that on one.
I
Yep.
always like to try it out and I always like to film it. And that way I can give
Yeah.
my, what I thought about it, my thoughts.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing
It's
that, Boomer.
it's a cheap, it's a inexpensive app. After, give it a shot. If you don't like it, hey,
Oh, you can always erase it.
but yeah, I mean, I just figured because I know you like to use the ghost hunting apps,
Mhm.
I just throw that out at you, see what you think.
I always go between either the Portal app, the Necrophonic. I'm gonna use the app that you just mentioned, but I always stay with my SB7 Spirit Box.
Right.
Never
Yeah.
lets me down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anybody that has an SV7, yeah, you're hooked up.
right. Because it never lets me down.
If I had SV7, I wouldn't bother with apps.
For me, I can't stand the stack white noise because I'm an empath.
Yeah, that's sweet.
That stack white noise gives me a headache so quick and it makes me nauseous.
Right.
The Necrophonics give Jen a headache.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
For me, the Necrophonic is the best thing I could have bought because I can't afford an SP7.
Right.
It's $60.
Right.
The Necrophonic was a sixth of that price.
Right.
I have it on my tablet and my.
I still have the app. I haven't deleted it. I mean, I'm not knocking the Necrophonics. I think it's a really good app because I have gotten some legitimate responses on it. But it's the fact that when you compare it to the one I now have, I'm just saying, like you listen to Necrophonics, they play on a sound bank, know. And it a lot of it sounds so repetitious. You kind of doubt what's legitimate and what isn't until you hear something specific, like a specific answer to a specific question. You're like, oh, okay, But I think there's a mix of there's just a lot of the same stuff until you come up with.
This is Ghost Tube. I want to show that to Dreamwalking Angel because I want her to know I have it. I have the Ghost Tube. It's a really good app.
I've got to. I've got
iPhone's not compatible with it.
The Necrophonic tends to give me a really bad headache and a couple of times, and I think it's because of what came through on the Necrophonic. It really messed with me. And
have a good night, Dreamwalking Angel.
Good night,
much love, sis. Sorry.
Like with me, the Necrophonic, I have it, but that's in case I have to do something sporadic.
Right.
Like, I'm not always gonna have my SB7 with me. But for a few do like a app little thing for just a few minutes to see if there is something around.
Right.
But and I've also got Ghost Tube.
And that's the reason why I've had it too, though, because I've left my SB7 in storage. So I had to use the Necrophonic. But now I got it back.
There you go.
Ooh, messed up the trick.
I mean, I don't need any device. Technically, I don't need a device because I communicate with them all the time.
Right.
But for the validation factor, it's good to have some. That's why the first VBE app I downloaded was the ITC Master Suite which is over the course of the last 6-7 years, has validated a lot of stuff I'm getting personally. I'll ask my resident spirits, mainly Sarah, to I'll ask her yes or no questions with the EMF says thing. And I'll say, well, I'm getting this. Is this can you, validate that or concur with this or anything? And I'll tell her what I'm getting and I'll ask her, is this correct? Is this the correct name? Blah, 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 stuff like that. And she'll light up the green light, which is yes,
Mm-hmm.
So it's valid, more or less validation for me,
Right.
And it's also something that if I'm sharing on a live stream, people can see it, and say, hey, well, he's on to something, and the audience needs something to see. Because they're not going to take I don't expect them to take my word for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Yeah, they don't trust Boomer, they don't trust us Yankees.
Who don't?
Most people, there's a bunch of people that don't trust us Yankees.
Yeah.
You're from New Jersey, I'm from Brooklyn.
Canadians.
Go figure that. Oh, by the way, I had someone call me a Yankee. I was in an Xbox Live party. Someone called me a Yankee. I called the kid out and said, yes, I am a Yankee. I'm from New York. You could probably tell just how I say certain words.
Well, I can hear it in your accent, your bro.
Mhm.
So yes.
I haven't lived in Brooklyn for 15 years. I was born and raised there. So it's in my DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is natural.
I'm in upstate New York, and believe it or not, in 51 years of living in New York State, I never once set foot in New York City. Now, I've been through there to get to New Jersey, okay, but never once did I ever set foot in New York City in 51 years.
Boomer, you don't even look a day over 45.
Oh, wow. Well, that's 10 years more than what most people give me credit for. But
and that's me being honest.
The gray in the beard, that's.
I didn't even notice the gray until you pointed it out.
That's why I dye mine all the time.
Yeah. I have
years old.
I have never, ever, other than doing color my hair for certain occasions, but I've never dyed it or used any kind of that for men stuff or I've never did that, and I think that's why I'm not as gray, because I noticed people, men, some women too, who constantly would dye their hair and then they go without doing it for a while. All of a sudden it's boom, all gray. Whereas when they started dyeing their hair, they were dyeing it because they saw a few grays or whatever, But then, it's all of a sudden they stopped dyeing and all of a sudden they're all gray now. I was like, wait a minute, that kind of.
I want to say hello to Iron Woman and Spirit Stalker Yvonne. It is good to see you too.
Hey, Spirit Stalker.
And we're here in San Antonio with you. So we got to get together.
Oh, stalkers in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
I never knew that.
Yeah, she's right not too far from us. Well, actually, now she is going to be far from us because we're not in Kirby no more, Spirit Stalker. We're on the other side of town, on the other side of Parambital. And she'll know what that is.
The one time I had, one of the few times I had validation through the Necrophonic app, the spirits were calling for Lou Rock and Lucid Rock.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I need to get a hold of, Lou Rock.
I tagged them in a post on Twitter while I was live, and they showed up in chat because the spirits were almost demanding their presence.
Yep. They've gotten quite a name for themselves in the spirit realm. Me. I've been at it. I've been dealing with it for over 40 some odd years. I was like, And yeah, I mean, I could probably switch on my uh necro right now, and after about 15, 20 minutes, I'll start hearing all these names. Lou, Mama Rock. I've actually had Mama Rock's name being said. I've had Lucid. I've had Patty. I've had Marie. Even the ones I don't even associate with anymore, they're still inquiring about these people. How do you explain to a spirit that, well, I don't really, talk to these people anymore, other than Lucid, Lou, and Mama Rock, stuff like that. But I still get names. People still come through, inquiring about these people that we used to hang out with on social media all the time. Like, yep.
You mentioned that about Lou Rock. I have to get in touch with him before he comes down to Texas, because I want to take him to go see where his dad is.
Yeah. If Lucid's still in here, she could give him a message. He hardly look. Take it from someone who's messaged him a million times over the years and just gave up. He get right back to you. Yeah, it's just a thing, but yeah, if Lucid's still in here and she tells him, he'll probably get a hold of you. Don't answer messages for
Boomer.
Yeah,
I also have to. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, there's been times like I'll message Lou and I'm like,
3 days
Is he
later.
alive?
there, and I'm like, it don't even see it. I'm like, oh no.
It's gotten to the point where if I want to tell Lou something, I just call Mama Rock. Tell Lou this, will you?
How you doing, Stephanie? I'm sorry, I just realized that you was here.
Yeah, I said hello to her earlier, but I don't think she heard me. Again, I tried to sneak it in there while somebody else was talking. I do that all the time.
I was
But
trying
it's
to
good to
say.
see everybody up in the chat. I appreciate you guys being here. It really means a lot to me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like anytime.
And we appreciate you having us up, Fallen. And again, I do want to apologize for not being around, but come Sunday when I do this live stream, I'm going to explain everything to everybody, and just let you know that what happened to us is not a bad thing. It's not
just unfortunate.
Right, it's unfortunate, but it's how you take it, and I take it as a blessing. So when we talk about it Sunday, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, if you remember, if your memory is better than mine, maybe like drop me a reminder or something. And
I will. I'm gonna put it on Twitter to let everybody know that we're gonna go live. I'm gonna probably drop it tomorrow, and then I'm gonna do it again Saturday as a reminder.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully everybody will show up, because I'm only gonna do this one time to let everybody know what happened. And I'm not even sure if I'm gonna keep that live stream up. I might not, but just to let everybody know that basically we're back, and we're gonna.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Spirit.
And the fact that we appreciate you guys, and that's the other reason why I want to come on is to show you that, hey, we still love you, Fallen, and I'm just sorry I haven't been there.
And it's perfectly understandable. I mean, you guys got a lot of stuff going on. Heck, I think when I left to go to West Virginia, everybody it's like it kickstarted everybody else doing very similar situations, or things just happen, and it's just like, wow, where'd everybody go?
Yes, and congratulations, Fallen, on getting 1,000 subs on YouTube.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, over that now.
Yeah.
1.15 or something like that.
Yay!
Hey,
Tony, say yay!
Congratulations.
I appreciate that. Now I got to get.
I'm gonna step down. I gotta eat dinner, so I want you all to have a wonderful and fantastic day. God bless you all. Boomer, it's always good seeing you, brother.
it was awesome seeing you, brother.
Chris, it's nice seeing you, sir. God bless you. And everybody in the chat, I love you all. Fallen, love you. And you guys
Love you
just
too.
please be nice to each other. And if you can't say anything nice to a person, please by all means don't say anything at all.
Right.
Just remember, please.
I was raised that if you can't say anything nice, keep your mouth shut.
Exactly.
That's what
Thank you.
it's here. Keep it real or keep it quiet.
Exactly. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm gonna listen in the background now.
All right. Much love, y'all.
Bye.
Love.
Thank you for helping me. Thank you, y'all.
Boomer, I've been meaning to say this for like the last
Yeah,
10 minutes, but thank you for your service.
At the bit. I
I've
noticed you were
been,
chomping at the bit. I was hoping you'd be able to get a moment in between pauses to say what it was on your.
yeah, I've been meaning to thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Appreciate
I have a handful of friends that are probably in your age group that were in the military. Right now I have a buddy down south in South Carolina that's in the Marines.
Awesome.
And his dad was in the Marines and he hasn't lost a single step. Someone threatened him directly to his face in his office. He had to fire the lady. The lady made a mistake and threatened the dad straight to his face, saying that she was going to kill him and his family.
That's messed up.
Yeah. Let's just say that she's now in maximum security in prison.
Right.
Because she showed up at the house that night. My friend's dad had gone to bed early because he was exhausted from work. But when my buddy went to go wake him up, he was downstairs with a loaded shotgun at the front door before the cops showed up.
It's crazy, man.
And he's in my state. His town, every single cop that works there knows the family, knows that every single family member in the house has a permit to carry.
Oh. Spirit. Okay, let's talk about Eddie. Just keep in mind, Spirit, he's still observing and he's still listening. He's probably sitting there with the live stream on TV at the end of the table while he's eating dinner. Let's not be too rough on the man.
Over the last couple of years, I've acquired some Oracle and Tarot cards.
Oh, there you go. So is that going to be your new live streaming now? You're going to start doing card readings on your live streams?
Well, if I had a better setup, if I could have a camera pointing at a table, I would.
No, I just hold the card up to the camera and then read it. So that's how I do it.
Well, these cards are
fancy setup. So anything new coming up for you, Angel?
Not too much, except I keep saying this, and I have done a dry run of the video that I'm gonna be putting up about my eyes. People have, like, because of the way my eyes are, and even though it's something I can't help, I was always a victim of bullying. Right. And doing the studies on how it affected people that have my situation. Right. People as adults that grew up with this condition ended up being having social anxiety, right. Has a hard time with like friendships, relationships, and things of that nature. I'll get more into it, and then I'll talk about my personal experience, what it's like growing up with this, and the treatments and whatnot. So
Right. I told
That's
you he was still here. Right. That's cool.
I noticed it right away. I never judged. It just made you unique.
Right. I mean, we all have something about us that, that's what makes us who we are. It goes back to what we're saying about society's idea of what's normal. Like it's, it's bullshit. We all have our afflictions. For me, the worst thing for me growing up was the Tourette syndrome. That caused a lot of problems in my life as a child. And then you add the fact that, by the time I'm 5 years old, now I've got these gifts, I guess. The worst part was like being an empath as a young child, feeling all these other people's emotions and stuff like that, at a time where I could never understand it. People ostracize us because of our, because we do react to it, and people don't understand what we're reacting to, and they just label us, and yes, I know what it's like. I mean, I've never had, knock on wood, I never had like a physical infliction that is noticeable other than my tics. But being ostracized is the same for anybody, no matter what the affliction is, whether it's something physical or whatever. People just, they have this preconceived idea of what people should look like or act like, and they immediately disregard anybody that doesn't fall under that, expectation, so.
right, and then it becomes, well, why doesn't anybody
Right.
And people are like, don't realize that they are not open to accepting people as they are, other than
I mean, something as little as a speech impediment, like some people are just like, oh, he's not normal because he don't talk right. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what is normal? Like, just because you don't have a speech impediment, you don't have a physical affliction, you're still messed up in the head. And you want to know why? Because you judge others based on what they look like or sound like. But you're the one with the problem because there's something wrong with your brain to lead you to think that they're not just as normal as anybody else because of an affliction. You know what I'm saying? They think they don't have anything wrong with them because it's not, you can't see it because it's in their head. Like the idea of everybody having to be perfect and blah, blah, blah. Fucking Hitler was not a, he was a sick man. You just couldn't see it.
Fun fact, did you know he had one testicle?
Yeah.
If you played Sniper Elite and you shot him in the crotch, the X-ray shows in the game that he had one testicle.
Well, I learned that in history years ago before video games came out. But
devs did their history on that kind of stuff to make it slightly accurate.
Yeah.
It's also fun to shoot Hitler in the head.
Right.
As an American, I just find it amusing.
Right. I just think that, people should let people be who they are, no matter what, whether they're right or wrong. If it doesn't directly affect you and your life or whatever, let them be. That I'm a strong believer in karma. Karma got Hitler, karma got Tilda Hun, karma got all, King Henry VIII, karma got him in the end. Okay. So the way I see it is like, I'm not going to judge them people either, as ruthless and wrong as they are. Hey, Mother Nature is going to take care of Mother Nature, which includes us, we're going to get
I watched a documentary. To this day, Attila Hun is considered a hero in his home country. He did
Oh,
what he
yeah.
had to do because he was protecting
Oh.
his nation.
Right.
The people that
Exactly.
we labeled as psychos may have been doing
Yeah.
so, like Attila Hun, Vlad Tepes, what's
Yeah.
known as Vlad the Impaler.
Hitler was
did-
considered a hero too in the eyes of his followers, but that doesn't make him right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Um,
in history, Attila Hun and Vlad, they did what they had to do to protect their nation from invaders.
hey, Jen.
Hitler was a psycho.
Right.
He was mass murdering people
Right.
because he wanted to. Attila Hun was doing what he had to do to protect his people because he was hurt as a child.
That still don't make it right, though. You know,
Yes, but when you're
if you take a life of another for any reason other than self-defense or defending a loved one or whatever, you're, in my eyes, you're wrong. If you're killing for pleasure, like these psycho fucking axe murderers and shit like that, serial killers, you're wrong. Okay, these people ain't doing nothing to you. You're not the victim. They are. Yeah, so it may stem from something in your childhood. Maybe your mom didn't hug you enough, or maybe your daddy beat you too much, or whatever. But still, that don't make it right to take it out on the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying?
Attila Hun, I believe his mother was murdered, and he was taken as a prisoner and abused. Vlad, he was used as a sex slave.
Right.
By the guy that took him hostage. When he escaped, he came back and killed the bastard that abused him.
Yeah. But still, I mean, you can't justify out and out murder any more than you can justify what was done to them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, yeah, I wanted to kill the guy that molested me and my siblings. I did. My dad did. We did, but karma took care of it for us. The man no longer exists. He lived a miserable life, you know, being unloved by anybody, and he died a lonely man, which is, for me, justice, you know? But, yeah, I mean, if I seen something taking place, like in the moment, like if I witnessed somebody, if my sister was being beaten by somebody, and I happen to walk in, I'd take that son of a bitch and curb stomp him. Okay, in the heat of the moment, at the moment. But I'm not one that's going to go out for revenge and hunt a guy down and because at that point, karma will take care of it. You know, the way I see it, I was meant to be there during it happened so I could intervene and do something in the way of self-defense. Because if you're defending yourself or another person in the moment of a brutal crime, that's self-defense, whether it's against your person or somebody that, you know, somebody else, that's still self-defense. So the way I see it is like, I'm not going to go out and like I didn't, my sister was beat by her husband constantly, but I was never there to witness it and do something about it at the time. I'd always hear about it after the fact. So I'm not going to go out and hunt this son of a bitch down. And he's dead, by the way, too. He lived a miserable life as well. And he's gone recently.
Karma got him.
Took care of him, too, because he lived a miserable life because he was a total dick. Okay? I didn't have to intervene. Our Almighty Creator says, hey, Boomer, you ain't got to touch this guy. We'll handle it. All right? But if I were to walk in on it at the time and seen it happen, I would have yoked the son of a bitch up and gave him a good curb stomping. That to me is justice.
That's also because you're the oldest sibling, I assume, right?
No, my sister's the oldest sibling. I'm just the oldest son. But
you were still raised to treat your women right and You have respect for your sister.
Right. Exactly. You know,
Uh,
nobody deserves a beatdown like that for no reason, just because somebody's pissed off at somebody. I don't care if you're a dude or a woman. You know, if somebody comes off on somebody just because they're upset at something they did and start beating them down, they don't deserve that. Like, you know, yeah, be pissed off at them and not talk to them and leave them the fuck alone. That's what you do when somebody pisses you off. You know, if they come at you physically, yeah, you got to defend yourself.
yeah.
But
I told my mother that if her previous husband, who's no longer in the house because she gave him a choice, we leave or he leaves, because he was starting to get verbally threatening. He was threatening my mother to her face and my brothers and me to her face. And I told her, if he ever put his hands on you, I would beat the fuck out of him.
right.
Because he was a POS,
Right.
and my mother would agree with me on that.
Exactly. But you're not like, now that it's after the fact, like you wouldn't go hunt the guy down to.
He wouldn't be able to run that far because he was in a wheelchair.
You know,
The dude was in a wheelchair, so he couldn't run.
yeah. Well, that's a whole different
Yeah.
ball of wax.
He
You
could
know,
barely walk.
I wouldn't know what I'd do if somebody I knew, like if somebody I knew was like wheelchair bound, like was hitting on somebody. I'm like, what do you do here? Like the guy, you definitely have the advantage, so it wouldn't be right to throw him a beat down because you got the advantage. You know, like
If he hit, let me ask you
that's
this, Boomer.
hard.
If you walked into the room and saw your mother being beaten by your father, wouldn't you want to beat the crap out of him?
Well,
For
yeah,
raising his
I
hand?
mean, if he's not in a wheelchair and he could defend himself.
The way I was raised,
Hey, three souls. Yeah.
because I'm from New York, all rules are out the window when it's family. If someone hits
Yeah.
your mother,
Yeah.
all rules are out the window, and you are to defend your family by any means.
Oh, absolutely.
If it's in the house,
Yeah.
my stepfather,
I think what I would do
put his hands on me.
I
He
think
put his hands on my throat.
in a position like that, if the dude's in a wheelchair, you know, what I would do is, you know, I'd put handcuffs on his wheelchair locks, set him at the top of the stairs, and just lock his lock so he couldn't get away, and just leave him there for a couple of hours. You know, I mean, I'd be inventive at that point. I'd be thinking, well, it ain't fair to throw this guy a beat down. He can't defend himself against me. But you know, I could do something about it. I could teach him a lesson. Let's put him in his wheelchair at the top of a couple flights of stairs, lock his tires up, and so he couldn't move anywhere. That's how I'd handle that. You know.
Well, let's just say that the reason why he couldn't move it was because of his diabetes.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter the color. I don't care why they're there. I don't care if they're like had their legs cut off or they're rotting from the inside and can't walk. No matter why they're in a wheelchair, I mean, they can look physically fit, but still, the idea that, you know, because they're in a wheelchair, I have such a far advantage on them, I would find it, you know, ethical to you know. So I think of other ways to teach them a lesson. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter why he's in the wheelchair. I couldn't do it. I think of, or I'd set him on the edge of a pool or something like that. You know, just, you know, let him sit there and think about what he fucking did for a while. And if that don't teach him, hey, you know.
He was also probably closest to your age, and he thought that anything he said was law. That he could do whatever the fuck he wants. He could talk to whoever he wants, any way he wants, and he could get away with it. He put his hands on my throat twice. He's trying to strangle me.
Yeah. I get you. I mean, I get the idea that he was a total fucking piece of shit, but still, when you have that type of advantage on somebody, you got to think of other ways to handle it other than just throwing them beaten down, because it's not fair. Just like it's not fair for a man to take a fragile woman, I'm talking those, kind of women that are, don't, they're not bitches. They don't, the type of woman that's just kind of demure, and you can't take them. You can't. Well, you can't misuse anybody. I mean, ethically, it's wrong. But it's like a man beating on a woman like that. It's like the man has the upper hand. They have the advantage, such a greater advantage, because this woman's not the fight, defend herself type of person. It's the same thing. A man in a wheelchair against me is like a man out of a wheelchair against a woman like that. You know what I'm saying? It's unfair. It's unethical to throw the beat down. Whereas, let's say this woman is being a bitch. Okay, there's other ways to handle that shit than to just smack them around. You know what I'm saying? Leave and let them know what they're missing. Or like the wheelchair scenario. I love that scenario. Put that motherfucker right at the edge of a pool and lock his wheels. It's like, let him think for a while. That's how I'd handle shit like that. Like, it's got to be, you got to have a fair advantage when you're dealing with shit like that. It's like, you don't. Your 5-year-old kid comes up to you and smacks you because he's getting out of hand. You don't haul off and smack that kid. No, you find other ways to deal with it. Like,
there are people that if their kid misbehaves, they beat them.
Absolutely. No, I know there is. That's what I'm saying. Is like there shouldn't be. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Following what I was saying about my ex-stepfather, he was basically, wheelchair. He couldn't really walk or move that fast because of his diabetes taking a toll on his legs. He was always running his mouth. And there was times I just wanted to crack him in the fucking skull. Pardon my language.
Well, I could definitely understand that. Like,
if he ever raised his hand to my mother, I would have broken his nose.
I've myself had been in a lot of relationships, and some of those relationships were abusive, and like and pretty much because of that and where I had worked at, I kind of learned how to defend myself as best I could at that, within those heated moments. And it it's hard to think about it now, but I'm glad that, like, not that I'm glad that I got in those situations. I'm glad that I could stand up and be like, hey, this ain't right, and have those techniques that I could use to defend myself.
There's also times where even us, quote, normal people that aren't martial artists, if we get into a situation where our body is like, it's time to fight, not flight, our bodies will ignore what the brain is saying, and our bodies will act on its own. That's when instinct kicks in. It's rare, but it's a state of mind for martial artists. A lot of people call it different things, but it's known as a flow, where your mind stops thinking and your body reacts.
Right.
And that's true, Spirit. Anytime you can, You know, it's best just to walk away, you know, and let nature take its course, you know. Uh,
But I think my mentality is similar to you, Boomer, because I personally never served in the military, but I just have this like natural instinct. I just can't run because that would make me a coward.
well,
Maybe it's because of my past lives that were in the service.
I mean, I've been that way for like most of my life, where I thought running away was a sign of, you know, lack of courage or whatever. But you know, it took me a long time to realize, hey, purgatory, what's up? It's not, you know, that's not the case. I mean, it took me a long time to realize the person that walks away is the stronger person, because
yes,
you know, you're stronger to it shows better character, you know, but yeah, there's incidences, and I've experienced incidences where you can't just walk away. You have to stand your ground and
yeah,
you know,
because
show the bullies that you're not, you know, gonna be their punching bag or whatever. You know, you got.
There are times where if running away would probably get you shot in the back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too.
Because if you turn your back on anyone, you don't know if they have a knife or a gun. That's why you should always have your back against a wall, so no one can jump you.
That's the most rare scenario, though. Most conflicts, like you said, most conflicts are domestic. Okay. Whereas if one or the other had just walked away, it would have diffused it right there. But you know, one is afraid, well, if I stop now, I'm gonna be called a coward, or you know, that's where, you know, it gets, you know, where it starts escalating. But yeah, let's put it this way: in any conflict I've ever had with anybody, maybe 1 out of 10 times there was a weapon involved, and out of those times, maybe twice I probably shouldn't have turned my back on them. But I knew, for the most part, I knew like they're not going to use it. They're not going to put themselves in that situation. Maybe there was twice where I probably shouldn't have, and I kind of regretted it. But you got to read the situation. You know, you got to know the person that's opposing you. You know, you got to read them. Like, okay, if I turn around and walk away, is he going to pull out a gun and shoot me? Nah, he's not the type to do that. Usually, you know, that's the case. But yeah, every once in a while you run into that psycho with a big Bowie knife and he wants to stab you in the nuts. I made a mistake. I misjudged that. I misjudged him, you know, and like, yeah, he pulled out this big Bowie knife, but I don't think he's kind of use it. And then I found out I was wrong and I end up stabbed in the nuts. But that's the most rarest, you know, that's the rarest occasion. Like, out of all the conflicts I've ever been in, I've been stabbed once and I had a gun pulled out on me once, but I was never been shot.
Spirits, thank you so much. You did not have to do that, but I greatly, greatly appreciate that.
That's awesome, Spirit.
Boomer, what do you pick up from me just from the spirits?
What do you mean?
Did I have past lives that were service members? Because I've always
Well, when it comes to stuff like that, like I mean, the only way I would know is if there was a particular spirit that was willing to come through and connect about it. I don't like. I'm not. I mean, I can probably. I mean, I can describe your type of character based on what I'm picking up from you as an empath. But when it comes to like telling people who they are and what they were and things like that, that comes from whatever information I received through communicating with the spirits. And if there's no spirits needing or wanting or willing to come through to relay that kind of information, there's really nothing I have, for that particular person. You know what I mean? Usually anytime a reading occurs, it's because somebody's needing to come through with a message for somebody that I'm currently conversating with or associating with or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
And
get
they're
this.
on accord.
I get this feeling that the spirits are hiding from you because they don't know you yet.
Oh no! I mean, spirits don't hide from me. I'm well known over there. I've got plenty of I call them my little spirit helpers that kind of help me with information and things like that. They're by no means afraid of approaching me. They approach me constantly. It's just that most of it's irrelevant and I ignore it. I mean, right here, right now, I've got spirits yapping at me, but I deem it irrelevant because it's not about anybody specific here. Okay. So, I mean, I'm constantly hearing the voices, the chitter chatter and things like that. But until something comes in that is
Relevant
above all the other stuff, like it's kind of like, all right, if I'm sitting watching TV with the radio playing in the background, okay, the TV is what I'm focused on it. But if something suddenly came through the radio loud and clear, like that's the signal that, hey, I have something to say that's pertinent to the situation right now. You know what I'm saying? Because right now the voices are just kind of like hearing shit in the background. But when something comes through that it's, I don't know how to explain it. But the only way I know it has something to do with the moment is if it comes through louder and clearer than what the normal background noise is. That's what I call it. I call it background noises. It's just a bunch of voices, like they're in the background. And then if one comes forward, it usually comes in a louder, clearer voice because they're deliberately trying to get my attention. And when that happens, I know it's because it's pertinent to the current situation, whether it be a conversation here or whatever, or something I just did or something I just thought of. Somebody would come through and say, hey, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah, I've had friends tell me I have soldiers ranging from the Revolutionary War all the way up to World War II.
Right.
Hang out in my room.
Yeah. Well, I can't, that's the thing. Like, that's not my realm that's not my forte of telling people what is going on with them or anything. Now, let's say you had a bunch of spirits hanging around in your place. The only way I'm going to know that is if they make themselves known to me and have something to say and say, hey, we've been here hanging around with Chris and he hasn't been talking to us. We want him to talk to us, something like that. I would say, hey, Chris, there's a spirit there trying to get your attention and you're ignoring them. And that's how it works.
Well,
I
they
don't
know.
intervene until they ask me to intervene.
Well, they know. The Civil War soldiers, anyway, know that I can't see them. They
Right.
will.
Yeah, I can't see spirits either for the most part. That's not my thing.
I'm just an empath.
Yeah.
I just happen to be able to pick up on energy as well. And sometimes I get
Jesse,
like
good to
Hey, Jesse James was crack-a-lackin'.
Yep, that right there tells me that you're from New York.
Crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah, my dad says that too.
I've been saying that since like fucking grade school. Crack-a-lackin'.
But it's good to see everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. I seen Purgatory Paranormal up in the house. You guys are awesome for being here.
I believe I had Purgatory up on my panel a week or two ago.
Oh, that's Frosty. That's good. Frosty Pepsi.
Yum.
Yeah, it's like anything that goes like in the way back of my fridge either ends up frozen or at least frosty. I got one of them old fridges that they supply for us here at the complex. And it's one of those where it's only got the one setting that controls the temperature of the fridge and the freezer together. So anytime I set something in the back of the refrigerator, it gets a little colder than the other stuff. But it's good when it's nice and frosty like that.
Our fridge is has seen better years, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
It's it's got a mind of its own. It'll freeze when it wants to.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All out. And,
that could be the compressor. That's usually an issue with the compressor. It's not regulating the freon normally. When the compressors start going, it'll do one or two things. It'll start putting out too much freon at times or won't put out any. And that's usually a sign that maybe you need to have the compressor looked at or changed. Sometimes it's cheaper just to get a new refrigerator. But
yeah, unfortunately, the fridge in the kitchen started going. So our mom went and bought 2 more fridges because we couldn't figure out why the fridge in the kitchen wasn't working.
Yeah,
like the outlet wasn't working for it.
Right.
And then it turns out it was the fridge.
Right. If anytime you're over at D Live while I'm doing the live stream, you're more than welcome to join me on my panel as well. You know that. I haven't done anything over here on YouTube other than like hang with my friends over here because they're all like, what's D Live? But yeah, you usually will only find me over here if I'm just trying to check out my friends on YouTube, but I spend most of my time doing my live streams on D Live. So if you're ever over that way, you want to stop in when I'm doing a para chat night or anything, you're more than welcome to hop up and join us.
Yeah, after I heard about all the drama crap that was going on in D Live, I stopped using it altogether.
Well, you can't blame the platform for the people on the platform,
Yeah, I couldn't really get it to work because I needed OBS, and OBS isn't cooperating with my computer. It's just easier to do through YouTube.
Actually, you don't necessarily have to have OBS. If you have what's the duck again? StreamYards or Zoom. You can live stream.
That was before I
yeah,
knew about.
with
That
that.
was before
Yeah.
I knew about StreamYards.
Oh yeah. Well, you
Yeah.
can do too.
Zoom, you could go straight live on D Live with Zoom. It does. It is a little bit different, and it did take me a while to get started on D Live, like streaming with Zoom.
Yeah.
But it's it is different. You don't necessarily have the overlays like OBS, but you can basically do everything that you would normally do on OBS, except for like
Right.
a little stuff like that. That's about it.
The
Yeah.
only real thing I use OBS for is screen capture when I want to live stream games,
Right.
which
Right.
I have it set up that I can just add another game and I know how to screenshot. I know how to capture it.
Right. Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, that's the thing about OBS, and the reason why there's so much trouble with the latency and stuff like that with OBS is because you have the capability of setting up multiple sources, multiple scenes, and stuff like that with OBS.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say I want, like, I've got mine set up so that, like, I have one set up for, like, if I do just a music thing, and then I have another set up if I'm doing paranormal or whatever. I have those scenes set up, and then I have several different sources that I can utilize in each one of those. Like when I play music, I share the music source that I'm using and things like that. But yeah, OBS requires a lot of
patience.
well, no, but for it to run, it uses a lot of
CPU.
CPU. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I have a computer that can.
a very good computer. If your processor is anything less than 4 gigabytes, you're not gonna run OBS.
Yeah.
I even
I
have
have-
trouble with it.
I have a $2,000 gaming computer,
Mhm.
so there's sometimes which the internet that's not up to speed.
Hey, Beth. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors involved with OBS.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's
If
the
you have
main
a-
issue I have is my internet, not my computer.
right. Now, one thing that could help if you are you running on Wi-Fi or do you use a Ethernet directly to?
I would need a 400-foot Ethernet cable.
You see, yeah, and that's the biggest problem. If you were able to, if your computer was closer to your converter where you could connect to Ethernet, that would eliminate a lot of problems because you could jump from like 60 megabytes per second to like 140 megabytes per second, which helps greatly. But
There
yeah, I
that's the problem most
barely.
people have.
There is
Everybody's trying to run on Wi-Fi.
Well, I have an Alienware computer has built-in Wi-Fi, so I'm connected to the router wirelessly.
Right,
And
right.
it runs
That
perfectly
right.
because
something
you
that
can see me, right?
Right, but I'm just saying when you're using a program such as OBS, where it uses up a lot of signal strength and a lot of CPU and all that, like because there's so many factors running a program like that, because there's so much you can do with it. Just the simple fact of
sorry.
no, go ahead.
What I was gonna say, if it's not feasible to get an Ethernet cable that long, there are things that you can look into, do your research on, and get a Wi-Fi booster.
Yep.
That should be able to help you with
it's
that. You
The
connect to
boost.
the booster and it's
Yeah, you gotta be careful with those though. A lot of those boosters are gimmicks. You gotta be real careful with those.
well with
Especially
mine,
if it's a booster app. I've tried booster apps. None of the booster apps are legitimate. Let me tell you that.
mine
No,
was like,
But
She's
they
talking about
do
one
have
that you-
devices.
Boomer, she's talking about one that you
Plug
plug
in.
into the wall.
yeah, you plug
Right.
in all
Yeah.
in.
We have one. It helps, but the main router, the main source from the router is better than the booster. And the booster is right outside my door. I have worse internet with the booster.
Yeah, sometimes it happens because when you're piggybacking like that, see what you're doing with those is you're trying to piggyback a daisy chain signal where, okay, the router goes to the booster goes to your device. A lot of times when that happens, when you're doing it that way, there's still interruptions. You could have an interruption between your device and the booster, or the booster and the converter, the modem. Whereas it's less likely to have that interruption if you're just doing a straight on, AB signal from one device to the router. It's all that bouncing around and stuff will cause more problems than just dealing with the occasional interruption going straight off your Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah, and a router where my living room is straight below my bedroom. So the router shoots straight up, the signal shoots straight up through the ceiling, which is my floor. As opposed to bouncing off the walls to the booster and the booster going to my computer.
Now, you don't have a way to bring your converter up?
Everyone else would suffer. The internet would suffer downstairs.
Yeah. Well, I was saying, because if what they're using the Wi-Fi for downstairs, like for instance, TV or whatever, they'll have less problems with it than you would trying to run a system like a gaming system off from it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
my Xbox, I couldn't plug in an Ethernet cable if I wanted to.
Right.
It has no Ethernet cable.
Wow, really?
The Xbox One,
the 360.
The Xbox Ones have no Ethernet cable as far as I know.
My nephews did. My nephews had an Ethernet on his because I let him use it downstairs, and he was hardwired in with the Ethernet while I was forced to run on signal on Wi-Fi signal. He always had a stronger immediate connection.
With my Xbox 360, I had a router upstairs,
and
I had to run like a 20-foot cable to my Xbox because I had it on my desk and my Xbox is over there.
Right.
So I had to run it along the wall to my Xbox, and I would have problems hardwired.
That's the issue I have because, like you, my modem's downstairs in the living room, and I would need like a 75-foot friggin' Ethernet cable. I mean, it's possible to get those, but I ain't got the money for that.
Yeah, and we're not allowed to drill through the floors.
Right.
Because
the only other option I would have is if I wanted my unit upstairs, I would have to run it on the cable. I would have to get a long cable and run it from the cable inlet downstairs because the one up here don't work, and therefore run the cable all the way up and hook it to the box and then hook Ethernet to the computer. But in doing that, and I learned this through like working with Dish Network and things like that, when it comes to cable, the longer the cable, the slower. The slower it goes because the longer it takes to travel. So I'd still run into the same problem, like because right now the box is on like a 10-foot cable because it's not far from the
outlet.
The input. So the connection from the inlet to the box is good because it doesn't have a lot of cable to go through. That's why you see when they're hooking people up for cable, every so often along the way of the cable, there's like this booster box. which helps continue that signal. But if you notice, like if you're looking at a block of people on cable, the person closest to the source of the cable is going to get most, if not all, of the signal, whereas the people at the other end are going to get very weak signals. I mean, even with the hardwire cable system, even with the fiber optics, you still run into that problem. So, yeah, I mean, so what they do is every so often they put in like this little booster connector thing, which will take the weak signal and boost it to keep continuing on down the line so that it kind of averages out for everybody.
You can probably hear my dogs.
Yeah.
Y'all heard mine earlier. She has a mom. She will tell you like it is. I swear. She is a diva.
I was going to say that. How did I know that you were going to say that? Either that's my intuition or I just know you well enough.
And yesterday she done something she hardly ever does. When my sister was out, we were hanging out outside, you know, my sister looking up different plants and whatnot with that app. My dog decided to jump on my lap, just out of the blue. I'm like, okay.
She wanted attention.
Well, she's scared. What kind of fly actually bites? Like
flies bite, black flies bite. There's a lot of breeds of flies that actually bite.
There was one type of fly that ended up biting her, and she flipped out. It hurt her bad. She freaks out over any little.
Yeah, it's probably a horsefly.
And she must have seen something, but she jumped right up on my lap, just pretty as you please. And she's a little bit of a heftier dog for her to be so short, so small. Well, kind of small. Like that dadgum not want to get off my lap either. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, let's just say I have two dogs. They think they're lap dogs. One's a 60+ pound Beagle Lab. That's the one that
what
you hear.
A mix.
He's short and chubby. But that makes him lovable because he's short and chubby. And when you have a tree in your hand, I need to coax him inside from outside. We have a yard, I let him out without a leash because I know he won't go too far. So I'll go into the treat jar. We turn a cookie jar into a treat jar. They know the sound of the treat jar. So I'll go outside with a tree in my hand and call him. He'll come booking it.
Back when my dog was younger.
You
froze.
Did I speak out for a minute?
You froze, but you didn't disappear.
Yeah,
You back.
I had to switch my signal, I guess. I had to switch it back to my 5G.
Oh, wow.
I kept getting on my regular Wi-Fi signal. It kept getting weak signals.
You're kind of blurry right now, a little.
Well, that's probably because of my background.
But when my dog was, she is a terrier, and she's stubborn as hell to begin with.
Right.
And she used to take off and she wouldn't come back. Like my dad would have to go searching for her. This is when I wasn't living here at the time. He'd go searching for her, and they learned like to put a harness on her and take her out with a leash because she'd take off. But as she got older, she started learning in order to keep the harness off because she hated that thing. She chewed through about 4 different harnesses, and they were the kind that were supposed to be indestructible.
Right.
So,
She was an escape artist.
yes, great escape artist.
Are we
And-
sure your dog is not Houdini reincarnated?
It could have been. But as she got older, I think she realized the fact that she ran off was the reason why the harness was put on her. And she sticks around a little bit closer.
My aunt's dog, she never had a fence like completely around her yard. If she let the dog out, the dog would go for a walk around the neighborhood and come back. The dog knew the neighborhood well enough that she knew how to get back home. And the dog was intelligent enough to stop at the street, look both ways before crossing.
Yeah, dogs have a very keen sense of memory.
Yes.
Like elephants, you know.
They never forget.
Exactly.
Boomer, want to hear an interesting story? A family in Australia had adopted a dog. They had, I guess the kid was like 3 or 4 at the time. The dad was watching through the window from the kitchen, keeping an eye on the baby and the dog. All he sees is the dog throw the kid out of harm's way, but he doesn't know what's going on. There was a poisonous, deadly snake about to strike the kid. The
All right, I
dog
gotta
was
switch
getting
again.
the dog was getting the kid out of harm's way.
Oh, wow.
Know my signal, but hang on.
Okay.
Switch it back.
I've known dogs.
Than
That-
the regular signal, but
And now he's vanished.
it's only bad when I'm trying to use Zoom for some reason.
And see, I don't understand it because Zoom was supposed to be made for people like me that have bad internet, and it's supposed to be more stable.
Well, I don't know if you've done an update recently, but I noticed that ever since I did my update last month, it's been acting up like that ever since I did the Zoom update.
Yeah, but I had to update because it wouldn't let me join.
All right.
What I was saying is that
when Zoom like needs to be updated, it starts like all of a sudden either closing out or it stops the live stream that you're doing. I noticed that.
Well,
especially-
if you have it in your settings to auto update, it'll do that. I don't have the auto update set. It gives me a notice that there's an update, and then it'll wait till I approve the update, and then I'll do the update and restart my computer. You can set it up for that so that it doesn't automatically update and interrupt what you're doing.
Well, I had done that, but the thing was, it wouldn't update on its own. So I have to physically go to the check for updates.
Yeah.
And do it that way and spend like 10 minutes before I can actually try to get on Zoom. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yep, that's true, Beth.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, there was a story of a cat and a dog that got left behind by accident when the family moved. Unbeknownst to the family, the dog and the cat found their way to the new house without ever knowing where it was.
I saw that movie. Wasn't it called Homeward Bound?
No, this was an actual event that happened.
I know. Yeah.
When the family went back to the old house to get the dog and the cat. Meanwhile, the dog and the cat were home at the new house.
All right. Yeah.
And when they went back home, they found the cat and the dog home.
Oh wow.
They followed the scent of the family.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there was also a cat that the lady had a bunch of cats in her car that she was traveling with because she was moving. One of the cats squeezed its way out of the window and ran off. But unbeknownst to the lady, she would eventually find the cat again at the new house.
That's cool.
How would the cat know without ever seeing the new house?
Well, cats have like to make up for the fact that you know how dogs have hyper senses, hearing, and
Cats are the same. Cats are no different.
Cats have like a sixth sense about them. Like once they've been around a family for a while, you know, they have that sixth sense that, you know, it's like a homing device. Like they're homing in on the person, not the place.
The story about the dog in Australia, the dad thought the dog was attacking the kid. Meanwhile, the dog was getting the kid out of harm's way from a snake.
Right. Yep. Actually seen that. It was on a show years ago.
Yeah.
Incredible or something like that.
Yeah. The dog had only been adopted a week.
Yeah.
And it got bit not once, not twice. I think it was bit 3 times by that same snake.
Yeah.
It started going into cardiac arrest and having seizures
Mhm.
from the venom. The dad took a shovel and killed the snake
Yep.
with a shovel, cut its head off because the snake was still a danger to the family.
Yep.
And it's in your yard. You defend you protect your family by any means.
Yep.
The family had to do a GoFundMe to get the funds to save the dog with the alien venom. And people rallied to save this dog. I think they raised like $1,000 more than what they needed.
That's cool. Oh, pistachio.
I don't know if it's my intuition that my impact, my intuition, or more my spirit guide is telling me something that might be about you, Boomer, from a previous life.
Oh yeah. Which one?
What I'm picking up is that it
Three.
has something to do with this. Has something to do with World War II.
One. There's not one I remember, but it's possible. The ones I remember, it was back during the Roman times. The next one was during the mid to late 1800s. And the last one I remember was around 1930s era. The only thing I remember from them is my death scenes.
Oh wow.
Because every time I close my eyes, I keep seeing your face on a soldier's body that was telling me to get off my. There was a one time that I was sleeping and I had what I believe is a flashback of a past life, World War II.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you exactly where I was, beaches of Normandy, because we were being fired down from the pillboxes from the Germans.
Mm-hmm.
I was already told that the paratroopers would land at night, so I wasn't one of the paratroopers.
Mm-hmm.
I might have been one of the guys that land on the beach via boat, but I was not an American.
Right.
I was a gentleman that came from Ireland and joined the British Army.
Mm-hmm.
And I wound up being deployed on Normandy, but I woke up face down in the mud on the beach, where American soldiers saying, "On your feet, soldier," and putting a gun in my arms.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the guys that were just shouting orders was you, because you seemed like you were the guy that knew what was going on and how we could flank them.
That's cool. I'd like to have remembered that one.
I think you died on the beach, getting one of the younger soldiers out of harm's way. You took a bullet for him.
That's cool.
What I remember is that we did manage to flank them through the pillboxes, wiped out the gunners, which allowed the rest of the troops to storm the beach up the hill, the dune. We made it to the city, and that's where it gets fuzzy, because I meet another friend that I know now who was a German soldier, but he had turned heel. He basically did an about face. He was trying to save a girl he loves from the concentration camp.
Wow.
He swore his loyalty to my squad because we saved him after when a German sniper tried to take a shot at us and he got hit. And he basically screamed "F you" in German. And after the Meg got the bullet out of him and patched him up, he asked us what he could do, and he basically was our guide through the city.
That was cool.
And that's where it stops. I don't remember anything much more after that.
Well, and the three that I remembered throughout different periods of my life, the first one was actually the most recent. The first one I remember was walking through what felt to me like 30s era Chicago or someplace like that. I'm walking up the street on the sidewalk, and I hear somebody shout a name. And I turn around, and there's this guy and this gal all dressed up in like 30s like garb, pinstripe suits and shit, holding Tommy guns. And as soon as I turn around, they start laying fire on me.
Before you even said that,
the second one,
Boomer, before you even said that, I knew you were going to see Tommy gun and that you were going to get gunned down. That you were gunned down. I was picking up on that before you even said it.
The second one was the one that it was in the mid to late 1800s during like the cowboy Indian days, the
Wild West
era, Wild West era. I kind of get the feeling it had something to do with Tombstone, but I can't verify that because I didn't see a whole lot in the scene. I think what it was like a shootout at high noon kind of scenario. Because all I can remember is I'm glancing down and I'm walking up this dirt road. I kind of see old buildings out of my peripheral, and I see my cowboy boots and I see the brim of a cowboy hat, and I whirl around and I get hit twice, once in the shoulder, once in the heart, and boom, it's over with. The third one, which would have been the first in linear time, but it was the last one I remembered. And each one of these events happened during different periods of my life. Like the first one, I think I was 10 or 11 years old the first time I had this vision. And at first I thought that's all it was until the second one happened later on when I was about 16, 17. And then by the time I was in my 20s, I got another vision that felt like it, was something I lived before. It was during like the Roman war times, medieval times, and I'm in this Roman getup with a wooden shield and a sword in my hand. We're running through this field, and I look up and I see the spear coming at me, and the spear hits me in the chest and gets me right in the heart, and that it was over. The last one in linear, which was the first one I remember, the 1930s one, was the most drawn out memory I had of my death scene. It was like it took the longest to play through my head, and it was like drawn. It was almost in slow mo. As soon as I whirled around and the bullets started flying, everything went slow motion. I could see bullets whizzing by my head. I could feel bullets hitting me all over my body, tearing through my flesh. I could smell the metallic, taste the blood in my mouth and stuff like that. And I could see myself, I'm falling down, and I hit my head on the little curb area. And as my eyes are rolling back in the back of my head, as I'm dying, I see blood just kind of running down the gutter, which that was the most scary one because it was it took so long to play out, and it was just so fucking real. And I was like, by that time I was old enough. I was like in my late teens, early 20s. I was old enough to realize, because over the years I've heard about past lives and things like that. So by that time I understood what it was about. Whereas the first two, I didn't really get it till later on. Because to me, I thought maybe it was just a figment of my imagination or whatever, or this, where every kid wants to, like, if they see a movie, it's like, oh, I wish I was there. And then their imagination runs wild. I thought it was kind of like that until later on the last one. It was crazy. It was so real.
The other one I know about is the Civil War. Family came over from Ireland. There was 13 of us kids. Some of us were blood, some were adopted. Because they were orphans, and their parents were good-hearted people, and they were taking in all the orphans and raising them as their own.
Go for the link drop.
Do what?
Thanks for dropping the link.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, anybody that doesn't have Chris the Ghost Hunter or Boomer Rock, I put their links in the chat so you guys can go check them out. And I will go back and put in the description y'all's links as well, so that way people can see.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks.
No problem.
Fallon, can I just say how everyone can make sure they keep us and that YouTube doesn't purge them?
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta leave a comment. Either it's hi. Or if you say hi, I came over from Fallen Angel. That way I know where you guys came from. And you have to watch a portion of a video, even if it's 5 minutes. Even if you mute the video and open a different tab.
Yeah, because that's where the algorithms and say, hey, this person subscribed, but they're not active. The algorithms will pick up the activity. And if it shows activity, they do what they call purge. They'll unsubscribe a group of people that aren't active on those channels.
Yeah, and it's taken me a long time to get to 690.
Yeah.
Because I've lost 30 people because YouTube sees them as bots.
Right. Yeah.
If you don't say anything in a video, or if a lot of my videos go months without getting comments.
Right.
The ones I know I keep are the ones I have as mods. And I have a lot of mods.
I haven't been active on my YouTube channel in over a year, and I still have over 1,500 subscribers. I mean, it used to be 1,600 at some point, but like I said, as time went on, they unsubscribed a bunch every now and again.
Or someone thought you might have quit and they unsubbed.
Yeah, I mean, that happens too. Yeah, I mean, people just, they're like, oh, we ain't been on here a while, let me unsub. But,
there was something I was saying on Cab 7 stream about someone being dead when they weren't dead.
Noah, yeah.
Yeah.
That started on Twitter. Somebody posted something on Twitter about
Noah having took his own life,
suicide or something like that. And then that person that posted on Twitter went to Cap 7's live stream and started talking about it in the live stream.
Yeah, Noah came back.
Yeah, well, we immediately contacted people that knew Noah personally. I contacted Lou and stuff like that, and he was all surprised about it. He was like, no, that can't be. So eventually, I think it was Fluff that actually got in touch with Noah, and Noah's like, what the fuck?
I sensed that something was off. That why would someone say so-and-so committed suicide a year ago? Right. It's only coming to light now.
Well, what they were doing is they were trying to make it look like they were recognizing the anniversary of his so-called suicide. That's what the story was about. That's what he was typing in the chat, and that's what he was posting was, this is the 1 year anniversary of so-and-so committing, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, everybody was like, wow, this is the first time I heard of it. We need to check this shit out. So
turns out Noah's from my state. And he lives in Gettysburg.
Noah's from New York, yeah.
One of the biggest lessons that needs to be learned from something like that is if you know the full name, do your research. There has to be an obituary or something in the newspaper. It has to be posted somewhere. Do not go by what people are saying and have the facts in front of you.
Well, that's why I immediately, I informed Lou. I was like, man, I was sorry to hear about that. It's like somebody's talking about Noah committing suicide a year ago, and they're doing this 1 year anniversary of thing or whatever on Twitter and stuff like that. He's like, what? And then he started looking into it, and then everybody started looking into it, and finally somebody, and I think it was Fluff, that physically contacted him.
Jen said that there should be an obituary, and there wasn't.
Yeah, there wasn't. Yeah.
she would know because that's her field.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I was kind of like, I was still hopeful that it wasn't true, but I was kind of like, I was like, I had mixed emotions about it because I would have figured, like, because I know Noah, I know Lou and them, and I'm like, well, why would I not have like kind of sensed this already? If it was true, I would have known for sure, like,
he would have been haunting you.
well, not haunting me, but I would definitely expect after a year he would have at least contacted me and said, "Hey, can you speak for me or whatever? I have a message for you." And that, given the fact that that didn't happen, I'm like, I started doubting it, and I'm like, come on,
Yeah,
somebody's got to be
I
contacted.
tried to do my research. I could not find a thing about it. And I'm like, that's why I kept announcing to people, I am not putting stock into something that is considered a rumor until the
Exactly.
face.
Yeah. That's what I said to Noah. I said to Noah in a tweet, I replied to his tweet saying, I don't know you personally, but something felt off about someone saying, and I even said someone was talking about your untimely demise.
Right.
And that he said that's why I came back to falsify those rumors.
That. Yeah, he came back and to clear the air, because.
But he's also a cool dude.
Yeah, he's all right, dude. I mean, he's in the States just like everybody else.
He's from Gettysburg.
Owned up to it, and that's why he left in the first place. Because, and he said so. He's like, all right, I'm getting rid of my channel, blah blah blah. But it seemed to me like I recall that 7 or 8 months ago that he created a new channel. I was like, wait, if he had been gone over a year, then he wouldn't have announced his new channel 7 or 8 months ago. And I believe it was 7 or 8 months ago. He tweeted something about he changed his channel name, stuff like that, starting a whole new channel and stuff.
Yep, Noah the Savage.
It makes sense to me. I'm like, so.
He kind of took a break only because of the COVID. There was no way to get out.
Yeah.
That and the fact that he got a lot of that, and the fact that he got a lot of flack from the incident that happened over a year ago. But still, I mean, what kind of person does it take to like start a rumor like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would somebody do that?
And personally, I told him, hey, if I had a car, I would totally be down to record with him, because he was going to a bridge that was known to be where people would jump to their deaths, or somewhere in Gettysburg, because that's where he's living now.
Suicide Bridge. Yeah, Suicide Bridge. There's a bridge down there in PA. I don't know if
Gettysburg.
It's Gettysburg.
In his hometown.
But
in his town, I shouldn't say hometown, because his hometown would be somewhere in New York.
Right. But that was a complete fucking fiasco. So I'm glad that got resolved quick. He put me up to a challenge recently. We're working on figuring out how I can do it, because I don't have my own transportation. I have no way to get there. But he put me up to the challenge because the topic came up about the haunted tunnels and the abandoned highway in Pennsylvania, which I've known about for years, many years. I mean, he says him and Cap 7 both were saying, making comments like, oh, no, you couldn't stand it, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're going to be scared out of your pants, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dudes, do you not know me? Like, I live with spirits. I was damn near possessed once by a red-eyed demonic spirit. Okay, at this point, there's nothing that could like scare me to that point. Short of a nesting bear that I wake and attacks me, I'm not scared of anything that's in that tunnel. Because to me, I'm very accustomed to being around spirits and spirit energy and stuff. They don't bother me. Spirits don't bother me. So I'm like, all right, I'll put you to, I'll take that challenge. If we can work it out that I can get some transportation down there, I guarantee you I'll walk through that whole half a mile fucking tunnel and not think twice about it. He's like, oh yeah, right. Oh, we'll see. I'm like,
just
the thing is, people hype this shit up to such a level that it gets into their heads.
psyche.
It starts psyching them out and stuff. I can't get psyched out like that. In the experiences I've had in my 51 years, I can't. You know, thanks for the view, guy. Oh,
For the view thing, guy.
I don't even pay attention to that shit.
I have one person that loves to come through just to thumbs down my stuff.
Yeah.
And
Well,
thank you for the view because you're
take it with a
you're
grain of salt. Yeah.
helping me, not doing anything wrong
Yeah.
to me.
But so
Yeah.
they challenged me to go into the tunnel. I says, you know what? I'll take it one step further. I'll do a fucking 3 a.m. challenge through that tunnel. We'll go if I can get down there. If we could arrange, which we're kind of working on. He's kind of busy. I'm hoping sometime in the beginning of July I'll be able to do this. Not for notoriety's sake, or I'm not even going to film it. Whether he does or not, that's up to him. It's not. It's not to say, hey, oh yeah, I did this thing with no. Even though that's a cool event, it's a personal fucking challenge that they posed to me that I'm gonna do. And I took it one step further. I says, look, if we could arrange it so that we're there at 3 a.m., I'll do a 3 a.m. challenge through that fucking tunnel, and I'll show you. Don't fucking bother me. I've been to more spooky, scary, active places than that fucking tunnel. I guarantee you.
The one thing you would have to worry about is the bats.
Yeah, well, they don't even bother me.
The bat, I think
than you are them.
one of the bats might have spooked Mo.
Yeah. Well, dude, this is what most people forget or don't know. I spent 2.5 months in Panama, okay, in the jungles of Panama. All right, they have vampire bats in Panama, okay?
But they're tiny.
I slept on the ground with vampire bats trying to sneak up on me, Komodo dragons. We slept in caves that over time became Komodo dragon dens. You know, like if that shit ain't gonna bother me, dude. A few spirits stuck in an area it isn't gonna bother me. Like I'll walk that tunnel like I'm walking through my fucking apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the only thing that would worry me is the wildlife. If a bear got a case of the ass or something like that, or if coyotes were running around hungry or something, that's the only thing that would worry me. But I still could defend myself against something like that because I'm not going to be stupid. I'm going to be carrying a weapon on me, you know, in case of an event like that. If something in the wildlife came at me, yeah, I'm gonna slit his fucking throat or something. All right. But that's highly unlikely as well, because most wildlife, as long as they have a way out, they're more willing to run away than to confront you unless they have pups around. That's the only thing I worry about with coyotes and bears, because they're very territorial and very protective of their young. And July is not the season. I mean, by July, they're already yearlings and on their own. Like nobody's nesting in July. So I'm not worried about that. You know what I'm saying? They usually spawn in mid-April, you know, and beginning of May. And by the time July comes around, they're not, you know, So I'm not worried. I'm not even worried about that right now. Some wild animal protecting their young. I'm not even worried about that in July. Now if this was like mid-April or something like that, yeah, I'd be concerned because a lot of wildlife they'll take abandoned places like that and make dens out of them. And when you're dealing with wildlife with their young, yes, they'll get fucking pissed off and attack you if they think their young is being attacked. But July, I'm not
That's just,
that shit.
but it wouldn't that be the same for any mother, even humans? Because like a mama bear, someone's mom is going to protect them. Even if the person is a full-grown person, the mother is going to still protect that kid.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm not worried about any of that. So, I'm like, yeah, challenge accepted. Because like everybody's like, oh yeah, you think you can handle it. I was like, dude, you don't even know the shit I've had to handle already. Like, this is nothing. This is a walk in the park for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, compared to your tour of duty, that would be a walk in the park.
Right. I mean, I've been through some shit
and you've seen some shit.
This is nothing. This is a drop in the bucket. I've been bitten by a fucking ghost dog. Okay. And
ghost dog or a ghost dog.
Most human spirits, their first instinct is not to run up and bite somebody. Okay, so I'm not worried
unless it's a toddler.
You know what I'm saying? I'm very well protected. I have a very strong constitution, so I'm not worried about a spirit takeover or an oppression or anything like that from a spirit because I've already dealt with that before. So I'm not worried about that. Like, there is absolutely nothing for me to worry about in that tunnel other than the occasional maybe wildlife interaction. But even with that, like I said, in a normal situation, most wildlife is more willing to just run away and avoid you than they are to have a confrontation with you, So, yeah, I think walking through that tunnel is going to be a breeze. I mean, I know walking through that tunnel is going to be a breeze. I've been into worse situations than that. But I'm gonna let him, I'm gonna let him think I'm gonna be a little bitch all he wants, but it ain't gonna happen. It's okay, Boomer. It is an even day, so you got me the honey badger. Jojo, good to see you. What's up? What's cracking?
Hey, Jojo.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not I will walk through that shit on my own. All I need is a flashlight, only for to see where I'm going, because I don't want to fucking fall through a hole or.
Boomer, there is a hole that you need to worry about because it's a hole in the ground that should have a lid on it.
Like an old manhole.
Yes, but it's smaller than you.
Oh,
okay. If you step in it, you're going down on your ass.
Yeah. See, that's the only thing I'd be worried about. Is like,
But the door doesn't work. As far as I know, the door doesn't work. You might have to climb through the open window.
Wait, are we talking about the same thing? We're talking about that haunted tunnel.
Yes.
On the abandoned highway.
Yes. Because I watched Mo's point of view and Omar's.
Right.
And they could not get the door open. Omar stepped into a hole.
I thought it was all opened up in that one.
No, to get into the main like the checkpoint.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, because the main door was locked.
The area off from the turnpike.
Yeah. The one that's outside the tunnel.
Right. I see.
In the tunnel itself, there's a hole in the ground that unfortunately Omar stepped in. I think it might have ripped the back of his shorts.
Yeah.
Just watch out for that hole, and I'm pretty sure that's the only one that you need to worry about.
Well, if the hole's that small, I don't even think my leg would fit in it. You wouldn't know it, but I'm a pretty hefty dude. But
Yeah, magic of camera placement. I do that a lot too because I'm a big girl.
right.
But yeah, when you go to do that, just be safe. I don't think that you're going to get spooked unless there's something that you didn't expect down there.
Right. I mean, there may be the occasional jump scare, like a bat swooping at me or something, that may make me, duck and dive. But as far as like putting any kind of fear into me, there's not much left in this living world that can put that much fear into me after what I've already experienced in my life. You know what I'm saying? Nothing on earth can do to me what God hasn't already done. So.
If you're Irish, the only thing that would put the fear in God in you is a wooden spoon.
Yeah. I'm fat as fuck. I'm getting stuck. Jojo. Jojo, I wish you were down here to take this challenge with me. I want to see who'd be the first one to turn tail and head out of the fucking tunnel. That's what we all do. That's the kind of challenge we need to do sometime. We need to get a group of people together and go into a specific area that's known for heavy activity and see who's going to be the first one to freak out and turn around. That's what we need to do. And the winner gets a prize or something. You know what I'm saying?
Bragging rights.
Well, I think
No prize. Bragging rights.
Well, compared to you, Ghost, you're right. You got me in the height and weight area, but yeah, I'm not a skinny dude, though. I'm just saying that. I'm not a skinny dude.
Compared to me, I'm skinny.
Poor Chris would probably go right through that drain pipe.
No, I'm not that small. My shoulders would stop me.
Yeah, he sucked it up to his shoulders in this drain pipe. Help! Help! Like, well, get up for me. Oh shit, that'd be funny.
But I think there is a meetup this year, but I'm not sure what. I can't remember what days or times. That would be the perfect opportunity to find some place to do a 30-minute challenge for everybody.
No, fuck 30 minutes, man. I want to do an overnight. Fuck that. 30 minutes ain't nothing. I spent 30 minutes in a prison cell. A haunted prison cell.
It goes
in a working prison.
Boomer, if there was a prison near me that was abandoned, I could get access to it, like legally.
There is.
I don't drive.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. You're talking about one right around the block or something. It's like one you can walk to.
No, my town is old enough that it's older than America.
Yeah.
My town was founded in 1680 something.
Oh wow. Definitely a good place to do exploration. It's just
fucking JoJo.
Here, then it'll show up, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, any place. I could go any place, really. I mean, you should see some of the shit I used to just, as a kid, just investigate, unbeknown till later what these places really were. Abandoned buildings, caves, caverns. Where I grew up, along the lake, along Cuga Lake, there's a shitload of caverns and shit that we could investigate and stuff. And as kids, we did that, like thinking nothing of it. It was just a cool place to check out, and abandoned buildings in the area and stuff like that. And you don't think about stuff like that. You don't think about, oh, are there ghosts here? Or no, you're just a kid having fun, checking shit out, doing that shit as a kid, it's no different than doing it as a fucking adult. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, you keep telling me that, JoJo. Oh, it is an even day. Okay, so she has to say that because it's an even day. I gotcha. But yeah, this challenge is accepted. I'm waiting in suspense to be able to do this. And it ain't gonna be nothing, man. If I could stand next to Ghost Mafia in a place like Gettysburg, there's nothing on this earth that could scare me. Okay, and I've already done that. I've already stood next to this tower of a man in a haunted location, who could have reached out and snapped my neck at any minute. If I could do that, I can do anything. August 26th in Moundville. Oh, okay. West Virginia.
Yeah, that would be a challenge for me to get to.
Yeah, me too. I'd never be able to make anything out of state. But
Considering I can't legally drive, I could get my license, but that is a hassle and a half because of certain things.
yeah,
My thing is, I'm afraid that the place is going to say, no, you can't drive because of your autism.
right. Well, that would be a bullshit thing. I can't drive because I have blackouts. That's the only reason why I haven't driven a car in nearly 20 years. But
I can drive, just don't have the opportunity to.
right. I know people on a much higher spectrum of autism that drive, so if they use that as an excuse, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I would
As
just
long as
say
you can pass the tests. If you can pass a written test and you can pass a driver's test, you should be able to have a license.
Yeah, I'm 27. I wouldn't have. I can bypass the whole learner's permit because I'm 27.
Right.
But my clean shaved face might not say that.
Nah, that shouldn't have any bearing on it. Well, yeah, but that was only because somebody else provided the transportation for me. If it wasn't for Mama Rock and Fireman CV, I would have never made it to Gettysburg either. But it's only another 4 hours more. True. I mean,
Boomer, if I had a car, I would figure out a day that I could back up to New York.
Yeah. I'm not,
The first place we would go is swing over to New Jersey and go look for the Jersey Devil.
Oh, that's a myth. I've been to Jersey. The only devil in Jersey is the day I visited. Well, actually, I was there for 2 weeks. I spent 2 weeks down there with Mother Trucker and her kid doing a little investigation at their place. But
So
yeah.
all hell broke loose when you got there?
Nope. It was, it was really good, actually. I mean, there was activity, but it wasn't nothing bad or, I talked to the spirit she had down there in the basement, and I spoke with the little girl. She also has a little girl spirit named Sarah there. We talked with her and stuff, but nothing major happened. It was quite peaceful, really.
Yeah, I have 2 kid spirits that hang around. There's a reason. in the last time they were alive, I was their dad.
All right.
And in every life I've lived, I've always had twin kids, boy and girl. Always.
Wow.
It was
Crazy.
always a boy and girl as twins.
Yeah, JoJo, that'd be cool. I mean, wait, they did lift the ban, right? You can fly in and out now, right?
Right now, most Archie's in America. And he's Canadian.
I think as soon as they let the gates open, that's when Mo decided I'll take it off.
I think they're letting people fly out, but well, I offered Boomer, don't say I'm not nice to you. Hey, I'd love to take you up on that, JoJo. Hey, if you're able to do it, hey, I'd be more than willing to take that trip with you guys.
I would love to be able to go. I just ain't got a way to go. So, oh well.
Well, you're closer to West Virginia than I am.
Yeah, for about a month I lived.
That's where it is, right? West Virginia, he said?
Yep.
Yeah, West Virginia. You're in what, North Carolina?
Yep.
Yeah.
About 3 hours drive from where I was at, and then to where I ended up living for a month. I'm not sure how much further I would have to drive to get to where that's at, but I could do it. It's just I ain't used to.
Right. Yeah. I'll tell you, if I was able to drive and I had my own vehicle, I would have been to so many places by now in the last 5 or 6 years. I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I'd be on the road somewhere finding somebody to go somewhere. You know, like, I mean, I can't even get across town to do that thing at the Civil War camp thing because I have nobody to go with that can drive me across town. I ain't fucking walking through town after midnight, like, because I would go there just before dawn and do some filming and then come back. And it's about a 3-4 mile walk to get across town. So yeah, you don't want to walk from here to the river in the middle of the night because you got to pass First Street, Second Street, and Water Street, and that's where all the really bad areas are around here. Yeah, you don't want to be caught after dark in those areas.
Yeah, that's why I would go during the day.
No, flew down.
Boom. Do you guys want to hear something that's kind of funny and sounds like something that would happen in New York? There was a fight in the deli over cheese.
Oh, that shit happens everywhere, man.
Yeah, but doesn't that sound like something that would happen on a daily basis in New York?
Right, kind of depending on where you are. Yeah.
Yeah. But the cops handle it so well because my town is so quiet. The cops barely see action. They were happy to see something.
All right. Well, what you do, JoJo? If you can find a barrel big enough, do what everybody else did back in the day. Just get in a big old barrel and float across the Horseshoe Falls into Buffalo. And go from there.
You know that there was a teacher that did that back in like the early 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
Because people say, "Oh, women can't do this or that." She proved them wrong, and she became pretty damn rich, and she was a school teacher.
Yeah. Well, there were several attempts at that. Most of them didn't survive, and a lot of them got arrested before they could complete it.
Well, I think the fall was already in America, where she was.
Yeah, she probably did it from the American side. You can't get out there on the Canadian side. They got it like all fenced up and stuff like that. And
Yeah. What about that one guy that crossed the Niagara Falls on a tightrope? That was on TV. When he makes it all the sign, the person was like, "Papers, please." But it was more like a joke because he already knew that the wife had the papers. But it was all like for TV. The guy that's like a fourth generation tightrope walker.
Right. Yeah, that's true, Beth. I think everybody should pool together, like get somebody who has an RV or something, and like they could just swing around and pick people up, you know, and everybody goes.
Honestly, if I had the money, I would buy an old tour bus, have the graphics on it, Ghost Bus.
Right.
Come along for a haunted journey. That would be the slogan on the bus. And it would be like an old Greyhound bus, like one of those old tour buses.
All right.
But, or have something custom built and go balls to the wall and spend a couple million. If I had that kind of money, I would do that.
Oh, that's cool, JoJo. That'd be cool if we could get something like that going. You know, if we get like 10, 15 people, I'll come up with like 20, 40 bucks and pull it in for gas and shit. Because I know them fucking RVs are gas guzzlers, man. Hey, Nero, I was just thinking about you, bro. Somebody said something that made me think of you for something. What was it? Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Nero.
Chris was talking about like fights breaking out in delis, things like that. And the first thing I thought of was you. The first thing that came to my mind was Nero Trigger beating somebody up over a chicken sandwich. That's what it was.
That would be me. If someone took my chicken sandwich and I paid for it and I'm hungry, don't cross me. Do not cross a man that's hungry.
Right.
Boomer, you'd be the same way, right? If someone took something that you paid for and you were hungry.
Oh yeah. Let me put it this way. My one cousin has 4 little holes in the back of his hand, scars in the back of his hand, because he tried to snatch a fry from my plate one time at McDonald's, and I took my little plastic fork. I took my little plastic fork, stabbed him right in the fucking hand as he's reaching for my fries.
Yep,
So,
that's a totally New Yorker thing to do.
Don't nobody take my food off my plate.
Yeah, that's a totally New Yorker thing to do.
Right. If you ain't married to me or one of my kids, yeah, don't be fucking with my food.
My mom's always like, if she's going to threaten someone, she's going to threaten to stab him with a rusty fork.
Well, I hope you're not proud of that day, Nero. I mean, my God, beat up an old lady to get to a veteran in a wheelchair just to get a chicken sandwich. I mean, come on, man. And those little Girl Scouts that he just kicked out of the way on the way to it. Like, my God, you just went berserk that day, didn't you? He was throwing Girl Scouts out of the way, beating up old ladies to attack him. Disabled veteran in a wheelchair just to get to a chicken sandwich. It's the last one, damn it! I want it.
Boomer, if I owned a restaurant, all veterans, doesn't matter when they served, they would get a discount for their service.
Yeah,
that would be my way of saying thank you for your service.
Yeah, I don't need any special treatment. That's for sure.
It would be my way of saying thank you.
The way I see it, the people don't owe me. The country does.
But I owe you my respect.
The government. The government's the one that fucked me up. They're the one that owes me. It's just another job. But I appreciate the recognition. I mean, it's not your typical, it's not a job you're just anybody could do, but still, yeah, I saw it as just a job that I chose to do.
It being the discount. What I would do is if they choose to ask for the discount, they would get it, but they would have to show ID to show that they were in the military.
Well, there's a lot of businesses, here that do that. They'll give you like a military discount, stuff like that, if you present a military card. See, I didn't get out at a high enough rating to get a military ID. You have to be like 75% rated at 75% or higher to be eligible for most of the discounts and stuff. But like we have a store here called Wise. They will give a discount. I've never done it because I'm not like I said, I don't need that kind of special treatment or anything, but on my ID, it says veteran at the top. So if I were to present that to the people at Wise, I'd get that 10% discount, that they're giving to veterans and people of the military. But I don't bother because I don't need all that. I don't need the special treatment like that. Do I wish my government would pay me better because of, getting fucked up during service? Yeah, but I don't expect my American people to make up for what the government lacks.
That's what makes us Americans. We have each other's back.
Well, I think that's anywhere, man. Like,
I see
every country has a sense of patriotism. Patriotism, like
it depends on how patriotic you are. If it stretches into the realm of being racist, I'm not one of those people. I will lay my life down for my country, not because the government says so.
Right.
My loyalty is to the country because I'm an American.
Yeah, I see that. Yep.
I know there's some places around here and you kind of have to jump through hoops, but like you have to go present documentation to the store or send it to wherever just to be able to get discounts. And we had a couple of run-ins with like Lowe's because the cashiers would not do a veteran discount.
Right.
And I ended up turning around, pitched the fit on Twitter about it because it's in their policies for that discount. And if they're not following their own rules, that's going to look bad on them. And they basically explained that situation, kind of like their policy. They went to the store regional manager, the store manager, and to the employees and had to relearn all in that policy because that it wasn't just the one time, it was multiple times. And that said that because he went through the right channels to get to that discount, he should have gotten it regardless.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, it's fine or good. I'm not going to judge the person or anything like that. But for me, I'm not going to go like stir up, waves just to get like a 10% discount somewhere. It's like, hey, if they're not going to give it to me, oh well. It's like, if I buy $100 worth of groceries, I'm saving $10. Big deal.
Yeah. When you're
But
buying something and you're limited on the amount of money you've got and you rely on discount to
Right.
help, and it's part of their
Yeah.
policy.
I do understand that when it comes to chains in co-ops and things like Subway. Yes, Subway is a owner operator system. Like anybody could be the owner operator of a Subway, but Subway itself as a corporation, well, they're not a corporation. What are they? I can't remember. But they have certain, standards, policies, and things like that you have to abide by. And so if the Subway itself has a standing order that, we offered this, the owner operator can't say, oh, well, we're not gonna. No, because you're going against they can take your fucking business license if they wanted to.
Yeah, if someone says something to the Better Business Bureau.
Right. Hey, Megan.
But yeah, I think what had happened was that cashier was refusing to do the discount because my dad was part of the military. He was a veteran.
Right.
And we're probably against veterans. And one of those, I consider.
I think I know what you're talking about. There was a big thing about it social media made it big, but then they on the regular news networks they mentioned it, and they actually did do a press conference and came back and said, yeah, we're sorry. I mean, it is in our corporate policy, but each individual establishment has the right to deny or to, what's the word they use anyway? But that was with I can say who it was. It was Starbucks. There was a big thing about it because they said, okay, we don't honor the military discounts at particular stores, but the headquarters, it's in their corporate policy that they will. But then they did that backpedaling thing, passing the buck kind of thing, saying, oh, but it comes down to individual store policies, supersedes whatever. So they don't have to honor it if they don't want to. It's not that Starbucks on the whole was against military or veterans or anything. It was just a couple of the stores weren't honoring that policy, and they kind of said, well, they're well in their rights not to. But it was a big fuck up, and everybody started boycotting Starbucks on a whole because of a few stores weren't honoring that policy.
Yeah. And I think it was
don't have to
refused because it's in their store policy at the specific app. And if you weren't going to give veterans their discount, why do you have special veterans park at
exactly?
Yeah. And
that is a law.
That's where I kind of stepped in because I got mad because that was disrespectful to my dad and the service that he provided for this country.
Exactly. Right, I understand that. But state laws require any business to have, just like with disability parking or whatever, they have to have depending on how large the parking area is, they have to have a certain number based on the square yardage of their parking facility, whatever. They have to have a certain number of veteran parking spots, handicap parking spots, and so on. That's state laws issued by individual states. So, for instance, in New York, it's a state law that any business that provides parking to a certain number of parking spots has to have at least one, I think it's like one spot per 10 parking spots or whatever for handicap and one spot for disabled veterans parking spots. But that's not up to the businesses. They're forced to have those. But when it comes to any operation inside the business, they have full control of that. State law can't step in and say, "Oh, you have to honor this because it's a corporate policy." They can't do that.
Unless corporate says so.
Right. And I mean, and the issue with Starbucks is corporate was saying, yes, it's in our policy, but each individual owner operator store can don't have to abide by that or whatever. So
the funny thing about the Starbucks in my store, we operate it. It's a independently owned Starbucks in our store. So my coworkers are the ones running it.
Right.
And they know me by name because I go to work on a daily basis. There's one drink I order almost all the time. It's the mango dragon fruit refresher, but with green tea instead of water. That is my go-to drink because it's good.
Right. So how you been, Megan?
Yeah, the McDonald's I had worked at before I moved back here. I got to experience one day where, I mean, it was Veterans Day, and on Veterans Day, there was all this advertisement about you can get a discounted meal from McDonald's as a veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I was working there, they didn't do anything about the discount.
Right.
And like there were several of me and my coworkers were talking about it, and they said, "Yeah, we done it last year. I don't understand why we're not doing it this year." And I was like, "Well, if you did it last year, how am I supposed to do this?" Because I was working the register, and they're like, if the manager doesn't say that you're supposed to do it and show you how to do it, you're not supposed to do it. And like, I wanted to cry on my break because I'm like, if that's part of the policy and it's advertised, how in the heck do you refuse?
Because all those chains, like I said, just like with Subway, Starbucks, McDonald's, Burger King, all those chains, they have owner operators, and they can deny service or deny a policy to anybody they choose. It's their right as an owner operator. But some of the businesses will come down on them and say, "Hey, but it's a corporate policy. You must abide by it." Some companies will be a little lenient on them and say, "All right, well, it's company policy, but it's up to your discretion." Which it's a catch-22. It's a catch-22. Like it all depends on the company. A lot of companies, if it's in a corporate policy, they will enforce it upon these individual owner operators.
Just like those, they taught everybody at that store about that particular discount because it wasn't them, it was multiple times, and it was also multiple people getting that discount because of that.
And another problem is there are so many people out there. It's called stolen valor, where people will claim to have served or whatever just to get discounts and stuff like that. So the one thing is, if I think if the individual can show proof by presenting a DD 47 or a DD 215, DD 214, or present an ID that says you are a veteran, yeah, I think they should, oblige that person. But for me to go to McDonald's and order a bunch of, which I wouldn't because I don't eat those fast foods anymore. If I went in there and says, "Oh, can I get the veteran discount? I'm a veteran," without presenting proof of it, yeah, I would expect them to turn me away and say, "Oh, because there's no way we can prove that you are," and that's a problem a lot of businesses are running into. So many people out there doing the stolen valor thing to get those kind of discounts and shit like that. Why somebody would want to for 10%? Like if you're going in there buying a freaking Happy Meal, which is what, $5, you're saving 50 cents. Really? You're gonna cheat the system to save 50 cents. Really? I mean, I have it as bad as anybody has it as far as like financial situations. Okay. I'm short of being homeless, or not short of being homeless. I'm like, I don't get a lot of money. And even I wouldn't go to McDonald's and fight with a teller about getting 50 cents off my $5, kids meal or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's just, that's bad character. But if you went in there and you had your ID on you and stuff like that, and it's in their policy, yeah, I have my ID that says I'm a veteran, or I have my DD 214 to present to prove that I've served. You advertise that there's a discount, I should get that discount. Yes. But if you have no proof that you ever served, I wouldn't give anybody a discount if they didn't prove it to me. I don't care. 50 years, I can usually tell though, I can tell a person who's actually served and somebody who's just trying to, valor or whatever.
Right.
Boomer, want to hear something funny? There was these four, I think they were Navy. They were sitting in a sandwich shop just eating lunch because he just got their ship. They had some free time to go get food. These wannabe gangsters run in, and one of the Navymen gets slugged in the back of the head by this punk ass kid, and a brawl breaks out.
Mm-hmm.
They went in there to try and rob the place, and they attacked someone that was in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
When it was all said and done, the owner thanked them for their service and defending his shop.
All right.
Because it would be a lot worse. Yeah, the tables got tossed around and it looked like a fight broke out, but nothing was damaged.
Right. Yeah.
A couple egos were probably bruised.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the owner thanked them for their service, the business, and defending his business.
Yeah.
In the process of them defending themselves, they protected the owner from getting robbed.
I mean, that's a mentality either somebody has or doesn't have, regardless of whether you've served in any form of military service or not. There's people out there that, never served a day in their life, but they still have that mentality where, hey, something's going down. I'm not going to let these people get away with this, and they're going to do what they can to assist and help them. I mean, that has nothing to do with like service or anything. like in any walks of life, you got your assholes that have served too, that wouldn't lift a fucking finger to
Yeah.
help anybody. But you know, the fact that I'm just saying, the fact that they just happen to have been service members shouldn't be the focal point. They're people that just their mentality tells them, hey, look, these people are doing wrong, and we're going to do what we can to
Yeah.
protect these people. But I would hope everybody would have that kind of mentality that when they see something going down like that, it shouldn't matter whether you're a former service member or a current service member. But if you have that kind of mentality that says, hey, as a human being, I feel compelled to step in and help these people. You know what I'm saying? That's the human thing to do.
Kind of like when it's chasing the highway and the big rig truckers help out.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
because they have the CB radios. They'll overhear the chatter and decide to do something.
Yeah. Yep.
I've seen dash cam footage on like wild police chases where these big rigs, like fully loaded big rigs, basically made a rolling roadblock and boxed this guy in, and the cops were able to nab the guy.
Yep.
Because he had nowhere to go. The cops were behind him.
Yep.
The big rigs, the cabs were basically touching noses.
Yep.
I guess they were rolling together, or they happened to be on the highway together.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before. You know, they'll get together and block a assailant in so that the police can catch him and shit.
I was watching. I remember watching another show. I don't remember what it was, but the trucker was a former policeman. Like he retired and became a trucker.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And someone stole his big rig. He stopped at a gas station to go use the bathroom. I guess he accidentally left the keys in, and someone jumped in or someone hotwired it.
Yeah.
And the guy took off. He called the police. When the police showed up, he told them, hey, I'm a trucker. And one of the cops recognized him as one of his former co-workers. So they radioed in, hey, one of our boys just had his big rig stolen. And they helped him out. They got the big rig back. They made sure he got back on the road safe, and he was on his way.
Yeah.
There's been a video where this tiny police woman, tiny compared to the guy she was trying to arrest. The guy was like 7 foot tall. She was maybe 5 foot. These civilians were walking by. I happened to see it. She said, no, you leave. And then she was calling them back for assistance. They offered her to assist, and she said no. And then when she realized backup wasn't coming right away, she asked them to help.
Yeah.
I think she might have been embarrassed to ask civilians. But
I've seen that plenty of times.
sometimes backup comes in the most unusual way.
Yep.
Yeah. Someone could be in the right place at the right time.
Have a good night, Steph.
Take care, Beth.
Steph.
Oh, I heard Beth. I'm sorry. Bye, Steph. Love you.
I got a candy bar in my mouth, so.
I'm actually gonna have to head off because something tells me my friends are nagging me to get on Xbox.
Mm.
And Boomer, I'm the guy that likes to blow shit up.
Mm.
Whether it's Call of Duty, Battlefield, Destiny, I'm always the one that's running in head first
Mm.
with either a grenade launcher or an RPG.
Oh.
I like to make things go boom.
Yeah.
You play those games. I play Sniper Warrior 3.
I don't play video games anymore.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better at getting headshots.
Hey, Mary. Yeah.
With certain games, they have realistic bullet physics, so you have to lead your shot. If someone's walking, you have to fire like 3 to 5 feet in front of them for the bullet to hit them in the head. Because some games have like legit real bullet physics. Like they actually arc down, they travel in a certain trajectory, so that you have to lead your shots.
Yep. Just like in us.
I saw a video where this 80-something-year-old Navy sniper hadn't shot a gun in like 50 years. They brought him out to a gun range with a couple service members to see if he still had what it took to shoot to nail the targets.
Right.
So they gave him a replica of the gun he shot in World War II.
Oh.
He hit every single shot. They gave him a modern day sniper rifle. And it took 2 shots to zero in on for him to get the feel of the gun. He had a spy with him, telling him to adjust his the muzzle like 2 degrees to east or west.
Mhm.
He hit every single target, including the one that was a mile away.
Right. That's cool.
The man is still deadly, even at 80 years old.
Well, yeah, that's not something you just lose. Right about it, man.
If I can get together with my friend that's in the Marines, maybe we can head to New York and we could pick you up and go to a range. Just have a day at the range.
That'd be cool.
Maybe we could put some wagers on, like, if you can hit a certain shot.
I don't bet on shooting skills, that's for sure.
Or I would say $5 if you can hit this shot.
Yeah.
Whether or not you hit, I'll still give you the $5.
That kind of defeats the purpose.
It's to see if you have for me, it would be more like, does he have an ego? Does he think he can actually hit every single shot without missing?
Well,
if you show that you have no ego, I'm going to still give you $5.
I can tell you right now, honestly, I would not claim to be able to hit every fucking target every time. I mean, I did score expert in M16, 203 hand grenades, and I scored sharpshooter on the M60 and SAW, but I'm not anywhere near as good as most people when it comes to shooting.
The one time I shot a gun, I shot the bottle cap. I split a bottle cap in half off a Gatorade bottle.
Yeah.
I wasn't aiming for the Gatorade bottle cap.
I got the he sent me it. I haven't looked at it yet, Mary. I just noticed he sent me a link to it earlier today, and I haven't yet been able to go check it out yet, but I plan to. That's pretty cool.
And I want to say hello to Eric at Holly's Floor and Lunar Eclipse. I'm glad to see you guys here. Welcome. We're just kind of chit-chatting about different topics.
Yep.
One of something funny, Boomer. No matter where I go, what stream I go to, I always seem to see you somewhere. Just like John. Remember John from Helping Spirits Find Light? That John?
HSFL?
Yeah. He's now on TikTok and
he's doing most of the streaming and stuff on Facebook now, so
yeah.
Well, he's pretty active on TikTok too.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out after I get off here, Mary. I was gonna look at it earlier and I got distracted with something. Oh, my nephew stopped by. He was supposed to stop by again and get me high, damn it. Where the fuck he at? He says, I'll stop by later. I'm like, all right. Little fucker. I've been dry for about 3 weeks now.
Oh no.
That's all right. I'm not like most potheads anymore that like need it every fucking day anyway. Wow, without it.
Want to hear something funny? Two of my Xbox friends, they went to high school together and middle school together, and they're in California. The one sounds like he's a legit pothead. Like he's always mellow. He's never like screaming, cursing. He's just chill all the time.
Right.
But that's just him. He's never smoked weed.
Right.
But
people like that.
But it was a joke because a couple years ago he sounded like he was high. To this day, we still tease him. But it's legal there, so he can legally smoke it.
Right. Yeah, it just got legal here in April. April 1st. I honestly thought maybe it was some kind of April Fool's joke, but nope. I don't know why they chose April 1st to
Why not 420? They could have done it on 420.
Right? Why didn't they tell us on the 20th of April? That'd have been the shit right there.
Well, the entire state of New York would be high.
Well, nearly 75% of New Yorkers have been smoking weed since the existence of it. So it doesn't really matter. Like they've been doing it behind the scenes for fucking decades. So,
but now they can
for people like,
and not have to worry about the cops kicking their door in.
Right. For people like me, where like I live in a complex where any controlled substance is an immediate cause for eviction. Now I can take comfort in the fact that, well, they can't do it now because it's legal. So yeah. Before I moved here, like the last place I lived, I mean, yeah, I smoke weed all the time, not worry about it because ain't nobody going to come sniffing around a fucking trailer park to see who's smoking pot. You know what I'm saying?
Because everyone was.
But here, when you're in such a tight-knit like complex. People get a whiff of that shit. They're like, oh, by the way, I smelled this over at so-and-so's apartment, and maybe I'll check it out. I was like, now I ain't got to worry about it. It's fucking legal, bitches.
Or you get that neighbor that has bad gas and they have their window open.
Yeah.
That's one way to sneak out the neighborhood. Just point your ass at the window.
Dang, all I heard was punch your ass out the window.
Yeah.
I didn't hear nothing else before that.
How do we go from smoking weed to farting out windows?
But yeah, my internet's starting to
Yeah,
get pretty choppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually going to head off because my sixth sense is telling me that my friends are talking shit about me. Maybe that's me being a gamer. Maybe that's me being an empath.
Or maybe it's just the fact that everybody talks shit about everybody. We just don't always know it.
Right.
Now, I'm sure there's millions of people out there. I won't mention Dave's name or anything.
You just did.
Oh. People talk shit about me all the time, and I just don't care. You should hear some of the accusations I've heard that people said about me. But I don't give a fuck.
And while I was saying earlier about the if I own a business, since I personally know you, I know you were in the service. I wouldn't need to see ID.
Yeah.
If you bought like a drink, like fries and a sandwich, it would be a combo under the direction of me being the boss and the owner. I would say, hey, if you see this guy, his name is, I would tell him your name. He also has a YouTube channel where he's known as Boomer Rock. He's a veteran. Don't ask for ID. Just give it to him out of being respectful to him as a service member. And it's our duty as Americans to give back. Because the government won't.
I don't believe in that. I don't think it should be up to the American public to make up for what the government lacks.
Well, the government,
I appreciate the sentiment. But
I'm dead serious. If you bought like a bunch of things off the menu, I would just say, hey, make a combo. Don't even tell them. Just say, hey, we have a special deal going on.
cool.
And you wouldn't even have to know that it was a military discount. Or I would say it's on the house. Because one, you're my friend and you were in the service. I went to a pizza shop enough that the manager said it was on the house.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool.
I mean, acts of kindness like that are greatly appreciated, but it's never, I'd never expect it. I mean, like I said earlier, it was something I chose to do based on personal reasons. And to me, it was just another job, a different kind of job. But to me, it's just another job. It's just like with, celebrities, is that, people who are in movies, professional sports, and so shit like that. I don't think they deserve special treatment because of the work they do. Like, I mean,
if they are partnered with a charity, that's different.
Yeah. I mean, it's just rewards should be based on merit, not you know, not the position you hold, not the work you do. Um, it depends on the person. Like if some guy came in, if I owned a restaurant, some guy came in down on his luck, having a hard time, maybe he's homeless, whatever. I'd help him out before I would help out, I don't know, say a famous celebrity coming into my establishment. I'm like, all right, this guy makes from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars a year, either playing a sport or being an actor or whatever. They got plenty of money to pay for their shit. So why would they deserve a break on it? And the guy who's down on his luck wouldn't. Like I would give the homeless guy a fucking meal before I would
Exactly.
Celebrity a meal. Like, dude, you make hundreds of $1,000s a year, if not millions, depending on what they do. You have professional football players that make millions of dollars a year just for knocking the guy on his ass or catching a ball or throwing a ball. I mean, you guys get paid, all right, more than anybody for this or that. Why would I offer a discount to somebody like that when it's more beneficial to somebody else who can't afford something because of their, predicament? You know what I'm saying? Granted, there are people out there just lazying it, expecting a handout, saying, why do I need to work? All I got to do is get on here and play the card and get people to send me money or whatever. Aside from that, it's like there's people that are just plain old down on their luck. I'd give to them before I would give to anybody else that, has some kind of celebrity status. I don't give a fuck about your celebrity status. You know what I'm saying? Just because you chose acting as your career and you make millions of dollars a year doing it, don't make you special in my book. You know what I'm saying?
If I own a restaurant, you be the celebrity because you're one of my YouTube friends. And you stopping by, you be the celebrity of that day.
That's the last thing I'd be bucking for is a celebrity status. I don't want to be a celebrity. It's fun.
Plus you are.
Responsibility.
Plus you are.
I mean, I feel like people set the bar too high for people like that. I couldn't maintain a status like that. I could not. I'd be disappointing so many people because I am human, just like anybody else. Like, that's a problem with a lot of celebrities. The average person, looks at these celebrities like they're gods or whatever. And the first time they fuck up, it's like, I'm not talking O.J. Simpson killing his wife. I'm talking like, oh girl, what was her name? Who got caught shoplifting. All right, so what? I've shoplifted in my time. Are you gonna, make a big deal of it because you discovered I used to shoplift? Why would you make a big deal because some celebrity, just because they're a big name, oh my God, they shoplift, they did something wrong, let's ostracize them. Fuck that. They're people just like you and me. They shouldn't be put on a pedestal more than I should be.
The one celebrity I respect is Dwayne.
You have a good night, Purgatory.
Take care, Purgatory. Much
Hopefully
love.
somebody can catch me on my D-Lot.
I
Now that's one group I would love to do an investigation with as well. If I could ever get down to the city, I think they're in the Long Island area, if I'm not mistaken. If I could ever get down in that area, they'd be the first group of people I'd try to hook up with to do an investigation with.
I got family
She's-
in Long Island.
Take care, Eric. Much love. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Much love. Keep it real, Eric. Tell Holly we all said hi.
Yes, please do.
All right, cool. Appreciate that. I keep forgetting her real name. I know she said it before.
Who?
Purgatory. Purgatory Paranormal of New York. It's just like it's just weird. When I say the word purgatory, it puts me in that place I was when I died twice. It felt like purgatory. Like felt like there was nothing. It was a nothingness, total nothingness. And then before you knew it, I was like back in my body, either laying on the shoreline or laying in a hospital bed.
Well, I'm gonna head off. I actually, a friend of mine is starting a podcast tomorrow,
Oh, cool.
It's cool.
and he asked me to be his co-host for it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's cool.
Since tomorrow is my only day off this week, it works out.
I hope you have fun with that.
The funny thing is, he's on the other side of the state of me. He's on the border of New York and New Jersey with PA.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
He's past Pittsburgh, way past Pittsburgh. And I am probably closer to New Jersey than anything.
All right.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
appreciate
head off.
everybody that's on the panel. I appreciate everybody that has stopped by and hung out with us for a little bit. I've been live almost 5 hours.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Fallen. I for the life of me, I couldn't remember.
Oh, no problem. But I hope everybody takes care. I may do another live stream later on in the week. Not sure when I'm gonna do it. It might
What
be
is today? Today's Tuesday. Holy shit, it feels like Thursday.
Yeah, it does. And so guys, make sure you have notifications on, and so you'll get when I go live next. And
Just send me a link. That'll tell me.
okay. And Eddie and Jen are going to be doing a live stream on Sunday, so you guys don't want to miss out on that.
Absolutely.
I'll put in the description the links to everybody that has been on the panel. Their links to where they stream at, so you guys are able to go show them love, tell them I sent you, and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Well, I might have time to do a short live tonight then. If anybody's interested, I was going to do a little more of the V1 Ghost Box for a little bit. If anybody wants to come join us or come join me, like I'm being all presumptuous, like there's going to be other people with me already or something.
Well,
I don't get panel activity like Fallen Angel does. I'm lucky to get one person on my panel, but in the event that y'all want to join me on the panel, it'd be cool if you guys came over and hung out and did a little Ghost Box session.
Oh, I'll be there.
Oh, all right, cool. Well, let me hop off here so I can get started because I'm gonna do it through Zoom. Fuck OBS.
Okay.
And I'm not going to do a screen share with the live feed because my cameras are acting up. So we don't have to worry about that shit. I'm just going to run the app for a little bit, see what we come up with.
Awesome.
But all right, if you feel like it, come on over. I'll send you a link.
Okay, cool.
Let
Alright.
me make sure I have you on Twitter.
Check y'all later. Much love. Keep it real.
Much love, Boomer. Thank you.
Boomer, tag me on a post on Twitter so I can find you.
I'll I could send you I could send you a profile link, I think. But yeah, hit on D Live, if you look for Boomer_Rock, you should be able to find Boomer on D Live. It's dlive.tv. So
Yeah, I don't use D Live anymore. I do have an account, but I don't remember the login.
if
Or I might, or
y'all
I
are
may have
interested
deleted
in
it.
paranormal, you guys go check it out. And yeah, I'll be over there as well. He's going to do a little bit of a paranormal night. I don't know how long it's going to be, but definitely would like to see you guys there. You don't have to, but thank you,
Oh.
everybody, for
Never mind,
being
I
here.
found his profile on Twitter. I had to literally look up Boomer Rock.
Okay, that's cool. And everybody also check out Chris the Ghost Hunter. He does do live streams on his YouTube channel. And like I said, all the links will be in the description of the stream. So if anybody wants to go show some love to them, to everybody, just you can click on those links and it'll take you there. But thank you, Mary and Beth and Eric and Cynthia, everybody that is here. Much love. You guys take care. Always remember, you never know what's out there till you spread your wings and fly.
Bye.